Yeah,
Maybe.
hold on. Yeah,
Never mind.
Jessica, I want to make sure that everyone can hear us okay because the audio is coming through the laptop. So.
What do you
Sorry,
mean?
it says recording in progress, but it's coming through here. Usually it comes through the speakers.
Oh,
I just want to
yeah,
make sure everything is,
yeah. It's the right here, audio. Right. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Okay, one more thing. Testing, testing. Would somebody please,
Testing.
to hear if we need to.
okay,
Can you hear us now?
yes, okay,
Okay.
okay, thank you, everybody.
Can announce that it's adoption of the agenda. At this point, are there any changes proposed?
If I'd like to remove 05, make it perhaps on the next board meeting, hopefully,
Next regular board meeting?
next regular board meeting.
Support, if that means support.
Just to be clear, we table 05 to July 22nd. Okay. I would also move to table N3 to a few weeks out, maybe August 26th. That's a regular meeting,
I'm sorry.
N3. And I would propose, if there's no objection, moving N2 to consent.
No objection. I mean, I would support.
I would like to add something at the end of new business, unless we want somewhere else. A call for a special meeting to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. Specifically an attorney opinion from Dickinson Wright. And additionally, a second purpose to provide strategic direction for the Parks Department.
And is that a motion right now instead of an item, or do you want to discuss it?
We could discuss it, we could just
Yeah.
add it as an item to discuss.
Okay, so.
You want that on consent or?
This is a
We
call
can't
for,
discuss it.
okay.
So yeah,
Oh,
add
six.
it to no business, new business, wherever you'd like to place it. We have, we go through 08 on the.
Could be out 9, I'm fine with that.
And what was that again?
Call for a special meeting to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. Notably, an attorney opinion from Dickinson Wright. And the second purpose would be to provide strategic direction for the Parks Department. I don't think it matters what she was, or the, I'm with that.
Okay. Anything else?
I moved to poll 08. How township can better support legal defense and state care. Remove it.
I would support that.
I
don't support them. Just taking that off, no. I'm looking into that. So you don't want to discuss it? Jim?
No, I want to remove it, CNAD.
So how do you want to process it, Dylan? Do you want to ask for a motion on the whole or just this one?
Should we do each one?
However you want to do it.
Separate up. Okay, all right, what was the?
I think polling 08 seems to be the only controversial one, so perhaps that's one we could vote on.
Okay. Sure. All right, so,
There's a motion by Riser, support by Harry, pull 08, and to pull it. Sine diem,
Yep.
what is the meaning of that?
Without a date, just poll, hey, doesn't come back.
So it doesn't come back, so so it wouldn't come back to the board.
That's CNAD, yeah.
Okay, is that, okay? So to pull it and not place it on a future agenda. Okay, thanks, John.
roll call vote, please.
Flintoff, tonight we're starting with Flintoff for our rules quota. Flintoff, no. Grant,
No.
no. No. Reed,
No.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes,
Yeaple,
No,
motion fails 2-5. I would make a motion to adopt the agenda with the other amendments stated, which is tabling 05 until July 22nd and 3 until August 26th and 2 to consent, and adding as 09 a call for a special meeting for 2 purposes.
Support?
all in favor, say aye. Oppose? None, motion passes. 7-0. F, correspondence received. Were there any more correspondences?
Just the couple I added, I think I received 2 cents of publication, the board seen them all.
Remember what those were?
There was just, one from Rob Pattinson with a response to trustee grant, and I don't think I recall another one. I mean, it's online, whatever we have.
So you'll upload it.
already, already present.
Oh,
did.
okay,
I just didn't reprint it, because I didn't.
okay, I didn't read it. No. Okay, if that's the only other one, then.
Comment on one of the, correspondences?
Sure.
The Ann Arbor Township Notice of Master Plan update, I know we received. You know, Ann Arbor and Dexter were going through, we provided comments on Dexter. We received notice from Pittsfield and now Ann Arbor. So I just want to make sure the planning commission, I don't know, trustee Brandt, is the planning commission gonna take the lead on this? Is that appropriate? What do you recommend?
I think it is appropriate, you know, to send a request to put it on their agenda.
I would think so, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I think we should be commenting on all of our neighbors.
Yeah.
Plans when we're noted.
Jessica, just so you know, Laura Krebs is on vacation this week.
Okay,
So she's been around this
okay. Thanks, Kathy.
Back to item G, special topics. There's a presentation by the Scio Flyers. Hi,
So, we up now?
yeah, sure,
And make sure we follow the protocol.
yeah, the 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm, Christie's been on music, so I got 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes.
Yeah, it did.
I'm gonna do my best to.
Jim, I'm gonna make you a panelist so you can share your screen, okay?
Try to figure out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting promoted.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can see that. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Jim Hartwell, and, I want to first off thank the Board of Trustees for the opportunity to come in front of you guys. Many of you guys I've known and I've met over the years but it's very rare that we get to come in here in kind of a structured environment and tell you guys what's going on with our club. And the club has had such significant changes over the last year that we thought it appropriate to get in front of you guys and let you guys know what's going on. So that's why we're here. We appreciate you guys taking the time to do that and your time to let us do this. I'm going to start by introducing the Scio Flyers board. Myself, my name is Jim Hartwell. I'm president of the board. You've got Ken Jablonski to my right. He is dual rolled. He is the vice president. He also takes the duties of the secretary. We have Keith Shaw in the room. Keith Shaw is our membership coordinator. And unfortunately, Dan Rogers, our treasurer, and Jerry Hartman, our safety officer, couldn't make it tonight. So you get the three of us. The big reason that we're here is there's been two significant changes in the club this year. Number one, in December of this year, we received 501c3 nonprofit status. And we converted the club to an educational organization. So when we submitted for that, we made a commitment to become educational focused. And by doing so, it opens us up to many opportunities to expand our educational programs, but it also allows us to raise funds and helps us maintain the club and allows us to do things that we normally couldn't do. So 501c3. And then the catalyst behind our education program is a program sponsored by the Academy of Model Aeronautics, and I got a slide here. I'll try not to bring the slide before we get there. But it's a program called UAS for STEM, and that stands for Unmanned Aerial Systems for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, and we'll share some details on that. AMA charter, the Scio Flyers, the Academy of Model Aeronautics. When we use the term AMA, that stands for the Academy of Model Aeronautics, and we are in partnership with the Academy of Model Aeronautics to provide resources for our education program. The AMA is a national organization that works with the government and other organizations on everything model aviation. They're headquartered out of Muncie, Indiana, and they've been a fantastic partner of ours in helping us get our program off the ground. They also provide us insurance to protect the township. As an AMA chartered member, we receive insurance for the use of your field, and the township has that on record. As an individual member, we also get individual insurance, so if anything happens out there, the liability is reduced greatly to the township. So that's one of the huge benefits of being a chartered member of the AMA. We're also committed to follow their safety code, which is something that we are very adamant about, following their safety procedures. So the AMA charter the charter is important, but the partnership is also more important because they get us through our education program. UAS for STEM, this is a big deal. I'm going to try to stress this as much as possible. This is a structured education program centered around science, technology, engineering, and math, and it uses model aviation as the catalyst for teaching STEM topics to young people. The program is open to every student 11 to 19 years old. Our youngest student was 11, and as a matter of fact, we have our youngest student in the room. Eli Grimes, he came in to support us today, so, and our oldest student was 18, who was part of the physics program at Pioneer High School, and he'll be moving on to the University of Michigan next year. So we had 10 students on our UAS for STEM team, ranging from 11 years old all the way up to 18, and it was a fantastic experience. I can't stress this one enough. This was a lot of fun, so. Expanding our education. I tried not to bring this slide. I probably did, so I'm not going to spend a lot more time here. We have transitioned from a social club. We no longer consider ourselves a social club. We are an educational organization. And everything that we do is centered around education. Even when we're out there, we might look like we're having fun. If you come out there, you come to our picnic, and if we might look like we're having fun, but the real catalyst behind what we're doing is trying to teach everybody, our members, our youth, new members, that the public and the community that wants to show up and see what it's all about. So we have transitioned from a social club to an educational organization, and we're doing everything that we can to support that. Our first competition was in April of this year, our team competition, and I think I have a slide on that, so. Nope, I'm gonna stay there just for a second. Our competition, we launched the program in November of this year, November of 2024. And in April of this year, our team competed in what is called the UAS for STEM Drone Challenge. And this is a challenge where the judges come from NASA and national businesses. So this was a big deal. And our team did it right here in this room, virtually, via Zoom. And they scored very well. They received high praise for organization, safety, and technology. They did very well. So we're heading into our second year, going into the 2026 competition season, which we will start in September, and fire it back up. Other things, educational outreach. We're reaching out to the local schools, the local, any organization that's centered around STEM. We're reaching out to the EAA, which is the Experimental Aircraft Association. We've got the Civil Patrol that we've been talking to. We've been talking to the Boy Scouts. We're reaching out across the community to try to expand this program and bring people into it. Benefits of the program is the AMA offers scholarships if the students want to apply for it. So there's a benefit there. The AMA offers a ground school if a student wants to become a Part 107 commercial drone pilot. So there's a lot of benefits to being part of this program. So we want to stress that to the board, that the value of you guys allowing us to use that space and this room as a classroom pays down, it pays back. It pays back big time. Community engagement, we fly every Wednesday evening out there. If you guys ever want to learn how to fly, and I think John's come out. Didn't you come out? You've come out a couple of times. Yeah. I think he's come out a couple of times, but if you want to come out in Buddy Box Wednesday nights at 5 o'clock, we do what's called Buddy Box training, and we'll get you flying and we'll teach you how to fly. We have STEM activities through the winter. We participate in Scio Township events. We supported the Scio Outside event at Murphy Harrington through the parks thing. So we're doing our best to be part of the community, engage with the community, and support the community wherever we can. And we're seeking other ways. If you guys can tell us how we can support the community, let us know. If we can do it, we will. So I just kind of blitzed through a whole bunch of stuff there because Christy told me I only had 10 minutes. So I wanna get to the end, and I guess the real reason that we're here is what you have in front of you is a document called, it's our business case for the 2026 Drone Engineering Challenge. It's not this presentation. What that document is that is our justification for being part of UAS for STEM. It tells you the weaknesses and the strengths that we've identified. And it's a document that I use for seeking support for the program, not just financial support, but any support, volunteers, a use of space, and money is always, everybody knows that money is important. So we use that document to help drum up support for our program, and we wanted to provide that to you guys so that you know what we think as we're going into it. That document drives what we do for UAS for STEM. I'll stress again, we are no longer a social club. We've been partnered with the township since 1988. We've had a fantastic relationship and we want to continue driving it forward. And we want you guys to help us do that. And by telling us how we can help. We'll bring ideas when we can, but we're looking for ideas from you guys on how we can support the township. What began as a gathering of aviation enthusiasts has grown into a community-driven educational organization committed to inspiring youth through STEM. That's who we are these days, and I'll stop there and see if there are any questions or comments.
Can you stop screen sharing?
Trustees agree.
As a neighbor, I want to thank the club for mostly going to electric things. I know there's one or two ice planes,
Jim.
one was flying, the other,
Screen.
but thank you for that. And the second question, can I hire that plane for crop dust?
Yeah. So you're gonna have to, this is Keith's plane. If you want details on that, you're gonna have to ask him. It's funny that you mentioned that because in the UAS for STEM, we actually demoed a video of them crop dusting using multi-rotor drones. So drone technology in model aviation is used in those kind of applications where full-size aircraft might not be applicable. So it's a good example.
But that's tradition.
This is tradition. This is beautiful. And Keith is a demo. He flies for display. He goes out and does flight demonstrations and everything. So he is very, very good at this. And this is one of his beautiful planes.
And do they have to make their own planes? Put them together? Are they, I was assuming they're a model and or.
That one is built completely. No, I drew the plans and walked the wood and cut everything out and do it. There are companies that make airplanes you can just buy and they work okay. But for me, the hobby is building that.
It's beautiful.
Keith is a master builder. The students in our UAS for STEM program, this year we ran what is called a beginner division. So we purchased a development kit. So they didn't design it, but they did assemble it. So Eli was part of the assembly and they did assemble the competition drone. As an advanced team, if we can get our team to the advanced level, they do have to design and build their own. So,
Impressive.
so we're gonna, right now we're beginners because this is our first year. I was joking, and I don't want to take up too much time. I was joking with the kids because I was trying to learn as fast as they were. Because I mean, I'd go teach something one week and come in on Saturday and try to teach them what I did. It was moving that fast. We were moving at a breakneck speed, so.
Any other trustee, treasurer?
It was wonderful to get to meet you. I think it was about a month and a half ago, and get to spend some time and learn more about what you guys have done. Thank you for giving back to the community, and we look forward to seeing what we can do to support you going further.
I really appreciate that. And that's a two-way street. However we can support the community, you let us know. We love the education part of that. And we want to give that to the community, but I'm sure there are other ways that we can collaborate in helping the community out, so. Thank you, guys. Anything else?
Oh, okay.
Anything else? Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim. You did great.
Thank you all.
I was nice. No.
She's doing her job.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
You bet.
Thank you.
Why don't you guys fly?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Dragging out here.
Now is the time for public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. We begin with anyone present? Come on up to the,
How you doing?
hi, JJ.
My name is Jamie Whitler. I live on 7925 South Church Road. And I haven't been here in a while. I just got off my PPO. And so I'm gonna give you what's going on, what happened last year, okay?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to write up what happened last year with the Ed and Kelly Fruits. The Fruits are always telling everyone how they work with the neighbors. The one thing that I do know is the Fruits are the most dishonest people I've ever met in my life. If Kelly was smart, she would have left things alone. She got everything that she wanted. And she got away with all her lies. All we wanted was mediation with the township and the Fruits, but the Fruits refused to do that. I think mostly because they would get caught up in all their lies. So instead of trying to work with the neighbors, Kelly decides to lie some more. So on April 23rd, the day after my birthday, Kelly had a police officer come to my house and serve me papers at 9:45 PM. And for a PPO. So now she's weaponizing the legal system against me, her neighbor. In doing so, I can't walk east of my property line. I have been walking and jogging in this direction since 1998. I go to the Streeter Road because it is safer. I have rarely ever went west because of the blind spot in front of the Fruits' old house. It's just more dangerous. So it's pretty sad because Kelly's games that I pay over $12,000 in taxes and I can't even walk down my own street that I live on. To be honest, I'm very apprehensive to walk that way again. I just don't trust the Fruits. They seem to have no boundaries from being able to get away with so much for so long. The funny but sad is Kelly walks right in front of my house just about every day. She recently she was walking on my property. She walked right before I went to court. She's walking in front of my house, but I can't be 250 yards from her house. The property, she even cut a trail for her to walk on. The week before we went to court, Ed and Kelly, Ed and this bouncer was parked in front of my house, hiding in some bushes. This is the kind of bullshit that I had to put up with. I told them to get the hell out of here. Plus the people that own the property, I told them before to stay off their property when engaged in this type of harassment. At that time, Ed tried to shake my hand and invite me over to his house for dinner and show me his new house as long as I let him do what they want. I told him I would love to shake his hands, but I can't because I know you're a liar. So then I went on a vacation last year. I went to Glacier Park in Montana. And the ranger, the female ranger, she said you can go up to Logan's Pass. I said, okay, but I kind of thought as I was going up there, I thought, my RV's kind of big, so I'm gonna turn around and maybe like a foot over, and I just wanted to do the but I want to go by the rules. So I turned around, I got pulled over by a ranger, that's a federal ranger. He pulled me over, and I said, yeah, I was just going back down, I realized I might be a little bit like my foot and a half over. He said, okay, so give me your license. I gave him my license. And he went back to his car, and everything changed. He comes back, I watch him undo his holster. He goes to the other side of my car, where my girlfriend's at, or the RV, because it's a little C-class. He goes over to her, tries to get her out of the car, making sure she ain't Kelly, checks her ID, checks everything. Then he checks me for guns. And this is the kind of stuff that I gotta go through because of Fruits. They got a conditional land use. I was working on it, so I don't have it all set up. But anyway, they're on a conditional land use, and this is how they work with everybody. They don't want to go to mediation. They just want to do what they want to do. And there's no boundaries. So I want to go to mediation with us, with me and the Fruits, and you guys. I'll never talk to Kelly again. If I talk to Kelly, I gotta have someone there. Because she had a bouncer come out there and push me, I don't know, he pushed me about from here to that wall, coming at me like this, as hard as he could. grabbing his hand on me and trying to push me down. I'm gonna get the fuck out of this township. And that's the kind of stuff that I gotta pull, that's the kind of stuff that they do. And so I wasn't even that mad. I'm still sitting there because I was taking a reading. This is all this is about, 'cause I took a reading. And so I was, you can even see it in the video. And I was apprehensive to go on her property. So I got, I got all these, everything, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna come here, I don't wanna get a certain amount of time. And I'm gonna prove everything that she says is out and out lie. And she lied about everything. So if someone with a conditional land use is gonna lie this much, what are you guys gonna do to straighten this out? I know Will's gone, Will was no good, and that Will was a piece of garbage. So now we got some fresh, good people up here, and so I wanna do something. She should be shut down, to be honest with you. If you pull that kind of stuff, now it's on my record. You know what I mean? If so everything, if anything ever happens, it looks like I'm aggressive. And the only thing I didn't do, I didn't lay on the ground in a fetal position, let this guy kick my ass. The only thing I told this guy, I had to push him back. And then, but I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna show I'm gonna break everything down. And I want you to talk to her, and she ain't got nothing to say about it. She's a liar. She lied about everything. This lady don't know what the truth is. And so now she should have left it alone. So she even, it's just, I appreciate you listening to me. This is just the beginning. And like I say, I've been on a PPO, I can't even walk down my own street. You know what I mean? I can't even walk down my own street. I can't jog down that way. I never even went in front of her house all them years ago. I never went because it was because of the blind stuff. We've been talking for years about the blind stuff in front of the Fruits house, But I know I'm running out of time, but thank you.
Yeah, Jamie, thank you. And so far this year, it's been quiet that we know of. And we have a new code enforcement officer and he's excellent. And if there's any issues, he will be looking into it.
Well, I tell you what, I can't hear. I'll say like 90, I can't hear Pittsburgh, everything that she had, I'll show the readings. If I can hear it, it's above. And they got the tents out there, they never take them down, everybody said, well, that's under approval. Well, their approval for their sound is at their property line, so that they think it goes down the road, and then the sound goes west, then it goes due south. It don't do that, the sound goes like this. It goes in an angle, it goes the way it goes. So she can't, I'm telling you right now, she ain't gonna be able to do her sound. She can't. And if I can hear it, I can't even hear you talk. I gotta walk up here and listen to you. I can't hear you. So if I can hear her from all that distance, she ain't making it by the road. So she wants to play the games about playing all this legality. She can't do it. So what I wanna do is I won't ever talk to her again. But if I'll go down there, I got a reading, I can read it, I can take a picture. And because her readings that they have a 50 decibels, it ain't 50 decibels. Everything that them people do is a lie. And I'm gonna prove it to you. And so it don't matter what she does right now, she's on a conditional land use. And if you're in a conditional land use and you harass the neighbors, you actually I got things about getting guns, about everything I do will cost me money and put me in jail. I'm 60-something years old. I never threatened Kelly in my life. I only seen Kelly a couple of times in 4 years. And she's the one that swears at me. I never swore at her.
But Jamie, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We
Hey,
have-
thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Good to see you up here, man. I'm glad the hell you got Will out of here, man. He was a piece of garbage. Have a good day.
Have a good night.
First of all, Christie, I apologize for surprising you at the beginning.
It's okay. In a room full of people, I don't know why it happens, but it does.
So, first of all, I wrote a rather intense letter to all of you yesterday. And I'm here to say what I said in that letter to your face. I think that's the way to do it, and so here we go. I wrote a rather harsh and direct letter to you yesterday. You may disagree, and I will now say it to your faces. What I witnessed 2 weeks ago was Jessica and Kathy lying about whether the supervisor's job is part-time. As I said in the letter, the foundation of everything the 5 of you said was that the supervisor's job was part-time. It was also the foundation of the vote of your vote to reject the supervisor's salary. To deny that was a lie. one thing you absolutely cannot do to residents is lie to us. First of all, we're hypersensitive to that after the Hathaway rain. Second, you cannot abandon your honor and integrity because it's convenient in your attacks on Jillian. We are depending on you to perform your jobs with honor and integrity. We are expecting you to behave with honor and integrity. We need you to be honest in every aspect of what you do for Scio Township residents. This is the team that can do great things for residents. You have to work at it. Please work at it. All of you have the skills needed to do it. Use them. Going to tonight's agenda. Item 03. I've got some questions about the salary study. What exact list of municipalities were used for comparison? Please provide that list. Reading through the 34-page report, I see there are no firefighters' salaries present. Why not? Only the chief and assistant chief are listed in the PowerPoint presentation. What happened to the rest of the department? When exactly will staff finally have their first performance review and performance raises in decades? Will any adjustments be made to catch employees up to the market, to the market level? When exactly will that happen? Item 08. This board has sought to interfere in Jillian's defense at every turn. Does this board now intend to withhold payments until Jillian agrees to fire Michael? Is that how this board might better support her defense? Based on the lies told at the last board meeting, it certainly seems plausible. Will this be dirty trick number 13? Also, this board went through a big fuss 6 weeks ago about the 2 different bills for the defense. Then in tonight's agenda, you've got a request for 2 different bills. You insisted everything be consolidated into one bill. So why isn't item 08 requesting 1 bill from Dyken? Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Present? Christie.
Hmm?
Could you, the camera, you're cutting Chief's head off. Yeah, can you move the camera up a little bit?
Always, see, every time we do, you can just zoom in on 3.
Yeah.
So we can see the people in the back.
That's fine. I'm a longtime Scio resident here this evening to give thanks to you, the board, as well as address accusations being thrown at you. Thank you for taking a stand at the last meeting and addressing a clear falsehood that was listed in the draft of the supervisor's report for the summer issue of the Scio Township Community Report. Thank you for your honor and integrity in stopping the spread of misinformation before the report was sent to the printer and distributed to every resident of Scio Township. The falsehood the supervisor included in her draft is her claim that a vote was taken in March of this year that declared the position of supervisor to be part-time. Such a vote never happened under this board, never happened in March, never happened last month, and never happened last year or years before that. The position of supervisor has been part-time for as long as I can remember. Even Supervisor Hathaway admitted that the position was part-time after he was sued for claiming otherwise and dumping his salary. A member of the previous compensation commission was a former Scio Township supervisor and also stated the position of supervisor was a part-time position. For the umpteenth time, I want to remind this supervisor that the position she campaigned for and was elected to hold is that of a part-time supervisor. As to members of this board being called liars by a few of the supervisor's supporters, it's unwarranted and totally unacceptable. These attacks on our board members seem to happen regularly during public comments at each spot meeting. Attacks are the result of misinformation that I strongly believe is being provided by a leading member of this board. As to why I strongly believe it's a leading member, it's because I have read between the lines of the supervisor's most ardent supporter who has on more than one occasion let some information slip during public comments that was not known to the public before that night's meeting. Supervisor Carey, I strongly suggest that this channeling of misinformation stop now. Whatever you believe you can accomplish with this deceitful behavior can only lead to an unwanted outcome. I implore you to remember the oath you took on the day you were sworn into this office and keep the promises you made that day. Basically, make decisions that are in the best interest of Scio Township and its residents. Supervisor Carey, your attempts to spread misinformation benefits no one. Again, I profess to Jonathan Greenberg that my comments tonight are my own without any input from any member of this board. And others making public comments swear to the same truth. Lastly, I call BS on Rob's dirty tricks number 11, 12, and 13, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your sharing your
Thank you,
opinion.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Carolyn Altamar, Scio Township resident. First of all, I noticed you guys turn your microphones on and off. I just wondered if there's a reason why I just don't leave them on. And Kathy, no,
It's on.
I know, but when you turn to speak,
Mhm.
we can't hear you. So I'm just letting you know, okay, that's a continual problem. Pat Stein, you could not be more wrong.
Please direct your comments to
Okay.
the board. Thank you.
I 100% disagree with everything Pat Stein said as far as the aspersions that she cast upon Jillian. Jillian is a person of great integrity, cares about this township, cares about its residents. She does not spread false information. I worked with this woman on the road advisory committee. I've worked with her on other committees and doing other things. She's helped my community when we were trying to get the stupid railroad sad taken care of. She's a person of tremendous integrity. And anybody saying that she's not doesn't know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
Anyone else here in front? In the hall? Just the rest of them are for. Oh, Christy, I'm used to you sitting over where John is. like,
Sorry.
looking over there.
Yeah.
Anyone online?
First up is Paula Globerson. Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, I hope you all had a good Fourth, even though it was steamy one. When people answer questions, I'd like to know when a developer develops and they don't put the sewer line incorrectly, because we're gonna have future developments. I know how septic fields work and they're supposed to inspect it, but I'm curious how those inspections are actually going to be performed so that we don't have problems like they have over on Gabrielle. And I also am curious for Trustee Riser why you did not want to speak about the legal fees and those things. And I want to say another thing about the salary. Personally, I had brought up about the part-time because historically it has been part-time. And we went through that with Will Hathaway. And whether you want to call it part-time or not, when we're paying, I think we paid Miss Parker $165,000 per year salary. And I also want to ask Jillian Carey, that our supervisor, has she put in for extra pay for things she feels as the Michigan statute says? But personally, I look at, we've increased all the assessor's ability. And when we start talking about possibly charter township supervisors and the issues that'll increase, giving one person too much power, in my opinion. And I still go back, and I don't even like the $5,000 that a supervisor can just randomly on their own decide to give out. That was one of the things, and everyone knows that I think Kathleen Brandt has a lot of integrity too. I would vote for her every single time. I hope she will continue. And I feel that way about most of you. And, but those are the questions that I have. But as far as the salary goes, there are so many support people. I don't know what we're going to pay this new manager. So we should pay the supervisor 185.5 and all these other people's salaries as well. If you look, that's why it's part-time, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Paula.
I'd like to. Yes, Paula?
There's one.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so after, yes. So yes, I did provide the compensation commission all my duties above and beyond the the statutory duties. So I just wanted to let you know that. And do you have a bird? There's
No,
like
I have two chihuahuas, one extremely older. I'd probably be over there tonight. Sometimes I like to come.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, it's the.
But I
you
watched
not
all
able
the,
to hear me.
I watched all the compensation committee,
Okay, thank
every
you.
single one of them.
And just a point of order, in our adopted agenda, we're doing public comment and then board member response.
Hey, next up is Pam Boyd. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. You know, all this discussion of part-time, full-time, I really think you board members are missing some of the point. Is you're arguing about this, but what does the real job entail and need? And I think that it shouldn't be part-time. I think that residents voted to have a supervisor be there during the workday. And it didn't say in the ballot, oh, by the way, do you want him to be or her be part-time or full-time? We voted for a supervisor to be able to do their job. And I feel that some on this board have taken away my vote by designating the supervisor as a part-time position. What we have done in the past, as you all know, one of the complaints is we don't like it when somebody says we've always done it that way. Well, we've always done it that way, that the supervisor was part-time, but this is 2025. This is not 1990. This is not even 2000. And we've got a lot going on. We've got a lot of development. And so what it really boils it down to, what it looks like on the surface, is a lot of hatred towards anybody in the position of supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Anyone else online?
There are no hands raised.
No, okay. Board response? Clerk Flintoff.
Sure, just a couple items. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. One, point related to Paula's comment about the $5,000, the supervisor randomly gives out. Just want to correct that. That's not how that works. And I know you didn't mean it that way, but it is in the procurement policy that up to $5,000, either the office coordinator or the supervisor may approve, provided that it's budgeted. That's certainly something we can change. In 2019, I led the charge to reduce that from 20,000 to 5,000. So if it should be less or zero, we could change that at the board table. Also related to Jamie Windler's comments. He's left, sorry. Keith, I hope you have a chance to connect with Jamie. Would appreciate that and would ask you, Keith, during your report to maybe touch on what complaints, what's happening with the food properties over the last year. Thank you. And Rob, you made a comment and I apologize, I don't know exactly where it is in the item, but a comment that there's a request for two bills instead of one bill. The resolution that the board passed on that made that effective for services July 1 forward. Outstanding still is one bill from April, two bills from May, two bills from June. So, yeah, so the resolution requires one attorney bill from services procured from July 1 forward, but we're still outstanding. 5 invoices we haven't yet received. Thank you.
Okay, treasurer, you folks.
Thank you. To Jamie's comments, he certainly, appreciate you going out. I know you visited the property that, Jamie was making comments about, several weeks ago. The township has acquired a sound meter. He was willing to go out on a Saturday evening and, did take some readings, so I hope he gets a chance to speak with Jamie about that. To Rob's questions about the performance review items specifically, Aurora does have a list of all of the comps available. I believe we'll have that probably at the next meeting. Once this presentation.
It's in the packet.
Oh, it's in the packet now. Okay, sorry. Staff performance reviews should be starting, if they haven't started already, it should be starting soon. We have gone through, the management meeting once, but certainly we can do it again, just to remind people to work with, collaboratively with their direct reports, on their performance goals. Performance raises were not part of this first year of this program, as we get used to going through this process, but certainly something we could look at for the future. And the question about, I guess, right sizing or placing staff within salary band, that's due to come up at the next meeting on July 22nd.
Thanks, Ren.
Thank you.
Any other trustee? Okay, thank you. Item J1, approval of minutes of the June 24, 2025 regular meeting.
I have one correction. I misspelled Mariah's name,
On what page?
page 1. Maria.
Oh.
That is always.
I have a correction on page 4 of the minutes under supervisor report. Construction of a roundabout at Church and Zeeb Roads will begin in 2026. That should be Scio. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I want to point out that there's an inaccuracy in the minutes. It has to do with feedback that the supervisor gave that stated that Esmet Ashard Ashman is the chief of staff of city council member Fred Durham III. That is not correct.
That is what he said to me. He said he was chief of staff. He didn't elaborate if it was for that person or whatever, but he did tell me he was chief of staff.
Okay, I have gone to their webpage. I'd like this added to the record then, if you want to change it.
What page?
It-
What page is that?
So
I don't know, I have to pull it out.
I believe I'm just finding it here. We're on page 14 of the minutes. So, first of all, to remind ourselves, the minutes are supposed to accurately reflect what was stated.
Sure.
Even if what was stated was inaccurate.
Hmm.
So it says here, Carrie shared that she conducted a second interview with the candidate and found him to be highly experienced, noting his role as chief of staff to a council member involving staff and responsibilities. I remember you saying that. I think that's
And that's
accurate.
what he told me.
Yeah, I know that's not true,
I'm not
Because-
challenging.
and I'm
the
not challenging what you
statement.
said.
I'm not challenging the statement. I would like to add this to our minutes because the public needs to know. It was important to me that we discussed quite a bit that he did not have supervisor experience. I think it would be important to correct that record. This is a screen capture from Fred Durham's webpage.
So I would suggest we process that as not a change to the minutes, that is what was said.
I was not asking for a change.
Gotcha. But yeah,
And maybe we
I
should
agree.
call him and verify again why he said that. And maybe it wasn't under Fred Bureau. I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine him saying something that was not true. So,
Yeah, and when I interviewed him, he described it differently to me. I don't
The
think
same to me. He
matters,
described it different.
and it's different than what's on his resume, but understood.
Thank you.
anyone else? Trustee Riser,
I move approval of the minutes as we have discussed.
Support.
You're the official mover?
I'm Shaker.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes 7-0, or adoption of the minutes as amended. Okay. Consent agenda. Wait, we moved, N2 consent. Okay, is there a motion to adopt consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Support, did you get that?
Motion by Reed, support by Flintoff.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. 7-0. Right along, we'll be out of here tomorrow. Okay, on to regular reports and special reports. L1, regular reports from supervisor, treasurer, clerk, office coordinator, departments, and committees. I have one. I didn't write his name down. He's from HVA, and he called to invite the board to a tour if we are open, and it could be one or all, or some, or many. And whenever you wanted to, if you want to tour their facility.
Is that?
HVA.
Oh, okay.
They're located, State Circle, south of 94, over by, Marks Pony Island and, Costco, that area.
I would be interested in participating at a time that our chief or his designee might also be available to go with us.
I would like to.
Support that.
Should we go as a board or? Okay. Set it up. Board field trip. Okay. Okay, let's see. Treasurer Neal, do you have a report?
Yes, a couple of items. Tax bills have been mailed. We've had probably $2 and $3 million collected out of 45 million so far. Residents in Dexter school districts have been calling and inquiring at the counter about why WCC operating is on their tax bill this summer. That was a change that was mandated by Washtenaw Community College. They are requiring it be added to the summer bill. It will not be under winter bill this year. We only received notice of that at the very end of June. So apologies that we didn't communicate it sooner. There is now a notice on our website about what the change is and how it will affect taxpayers going forward. Utility Director McNeil and I spoke to DTE after I inquired that it had been almost 3 months since DTE had cashed their check for the gas main. They will be here Thursday to install our nice new gas main for the generator. Overall, it's been a very busy week, and I certainly appreciate everybody that's been working hard and getting a lot done. Thank you.
Treasurer April, I have a question. Sure. For the gas main, are they gonna rip up the parking lot there? Is that gonna interfere with traffic going through?
They're probably going to have to do some sort of trenching. I think it's scheduled currently, as long as the weather holds, Thursday morning about 10 a.m. They also shut off the hot water here in the building.
Brandon emailed everybody.
Brandon's emailed
Yeah.
and communicated out to everyone involved.
Will the county have that little road open? It's gravel right now.
Yeah,
So going through-
I think it should be open
Okay.
unless they're planning on maybe it that day.
Okay,
That's not where the gas.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, great, thank you. There was something at the top of the website that was.
Oh,
Do you remember?
the assessor item that's fixed now.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, Clerk Flintoff, you have anything?
Sure, a couple updates. We may be having a special election in November. We will know for certain by August 12th at 4 p.m. August 12th is the deadline for any entity to call for a special election, including this one, but we're not planning to, as far as I know. But it is the WISD has announced that they may call for a special election for a proposal in November. It's not yet formalized. Currently, the county clerk is discussing with the WISD the costs of calling such a single issue special election. So we'll see how those pan out, but I'll let you know for sure by August 12th if that will be happening. Also, I sent out an updated upcoming proposed agenda items, just a collection of everything I've been informed of. If people have any other things, please let me know offline.
Christie, office coordinator, slash, manager.
The only thing I wanted to report is the barn roof is completed. So if anybody wants to take a drive-by and take a look at it, feel free, and he did a really good job, so that's it.
I want to comment on that, please.
Sure.
The first time this came up, I was absent, and there was a comparison from the price we had for this metal roof versus two other quotes, which were actually for asphalt roofs. So it was not a clear comparison. It was also a full tear off. The asphalt roof that is on there today was put in 20 years ago. That's about the lifespan. The metal roof, we expect 50 years out of it. We got a tremendous deal on putting that roof in. Also, the soffits and the fascia. He covered the fascia with metal, and the soffits are already, we already had metal on there, so that part of the previous quotes was absolutely unnecessary. He did a fabulous job. Thank you, Christy, for carrying that off.
No problem. Thank you.
Any other trustee that has a report?
I had one.
Go ahead.
Okay, we had a fire meeting this last week. And new sampling has been done in Scio Township.
Could you say that last sentence again, please? I'm sorry.
I think I've mentioned that it was going to be done, but it had not been done, I don't, last time.
Okay.
The county's not releasing any of the results yet until everyone is notified. They have not been notified yet. There were 117 samples taken. I don't know how many were in Scio Township. There are new detections. And again, they're not saying where or anything. But I was told all the detections are under 3 parts per billion. So as soon as we have more information, I'll let you know. Also, we received a report from Georgia, Debbie Dingle's assistant. And she's had an update from Debbie regarding the EPA and Superfund listing. And right now, with the new potential budget proposal, there will be a 47% reduction in all EPA funding. And no new sites have been placed on the national priorities list. So there's no new listing of any sort. There are none for Superfund right now. I don't know what's gonna happen, nobody knows.
I have a question. So the new detections, even though they're all under 3 parts per billion, have any of the previous detected wells, have they increased in dioxin, even if they're under 3 parts per billion?
Some have. So some of the levels go up and down. There is variation over time with many of the well, slight variations, not huge variations, but some.
And Debbie, did she say, I heard on the radio, and this has been a while, but that with the, yeah, that there would be a reduction in the EPA. But how did they say it? So with the EPA, but anything that was already underway, that they were putting or leaving the amount of money in the pot for cleanup?
No, that was not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And if I, just a follow-up, Kathy, a comment with the, devastating, big beautiful bill, that was just the reconciliation. We had the president's skinny budget and the budget process that's coming forward. So I think the other shoe of the most kind of devastating cuts for people's basic needs and environmental protections are forthcoming. I know we all know this, but I think we need to be aware of it and start planning for a much more constrained resources here at the township. I'd also say when I hear about kind of a 47% cut to the EPA, it makes me think that certain the regulations that exist, if they aren't weakened already, that they won't be able to be enforced. And I would just be curious about how much of that, relating back to the air quality concerns I have with the crossroads. What we kept hearing from developers is, don't worry about it. Right, which is what developers always say, right? But don't worry about it. The EGO and the EPA properly regulate the emissions from asphalt facilities. And so I'm really glad that the board did vote to not vote, actually the board voted against it, 4-3. But I'm glad that the current developer has agreed to do the testing, and I know Laura's looking at that, and I look forward to seeing the results of that, because these sorts of environmental protections are gonna be on us at the local level. The county and the township, we're not gonna be able to rely on the federal and state as much.
I encourage everyone not to call the bill what Mr. Trump calls it. It is a big, disgusting bill. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
Unlike anything the country has seen in terms of inequality.
Are there any other reports? Okay, there's a couple of attachments to GCSI legislative updates. It looks like for the month of or the end of June, and also the planning report from June 26th. Onto the utility director report. Is there an updated report?
He's not here to give a report. This is something that trustee Brandt had requested, so it's just for information.
Oh, okay, yeah, great, thanks.
Our code enforcement officer is here to give his report.
Yeah, hi Keith. Come on up.
Good evening.
Hello.
Keith Swan, I'm here to provide your code enforcement report. I'm going to do so in two different fashions tonight. I have quarterly 1 and quarterly 2 reports there in the packet. I'm going to go over both. I know I gave you a report at the end of March. But I wanted for consistency to show the data reporting the same through quarter 1, quarter 2, and I'm going to continue for quarter 3 and 4 for this year. You'll see in the report, there's a lot of graphs. It's very colorful.
Looks fantastic.
I could provide you with raw data, but it really doesn't mean a whole lot. The reports, which I won't take complete credit for, I did have help putting these together. They're gonna get, Christy didn't give me a time limit, so hopefully 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Not bad. Just wanted to make sure. I'll try to pare it down for you. For quarterly 1, we had a year-to-date calls, complaints of 54. And out of those, I was able to close 13 of them. You'll notice on the bar graph on the side, it shows you what kind of complaints and where we're originating them from. Most of them are coming in either online or through officials, or telephone calls that get routed to me through the main desk here. But you will see some that are what we have patrol, or in the pie chart down there, it says, that one doesn't say, it does say FOP, that would be found on patrol. Specifically the signage violations, you'll notice that I had 37 complaints in the first quarter, and that resulted in 73 signs that were confiscated. Those are typically gonna be curb signs. Those are the ones you're gonna see at the end of the exit ramps from the freeway, at the four corners, as even Jackson and everywhere else you can think of. They pop up like weeds. As fast as I can pull them, they're sprouting back up. But you'll see I did 73 in the first quarter. And I also instituted a 30-day hold for the signs. That's why you're seeing an average day to close on the complaints at 21.5 days, because I'm holding the signs for 30 days. In case the person comes to collect them and they want to pay for a ticket. That's how I'm gonna handle that. Most people don't do that. So that data is a little bit different. You'll notice that in my summary. We had one of all of those complaints actually request follow-up, and I only issued one ticket in the first quarter. And that was for failure to submit a site plan review in the 6900 block of Jackson. For quarter two, we received 211 complaints. That made year-to-date 265. Let me explain a little bit how I do that. This is many more complaints than you probably have seen in the past year or years before. But when we have a signed complaint, when I find signs on the side of the road, I draw a complaint. Everything that I do is documented. So I'll do that by location. So for instance, today there was 4 signs at Jackson and Zeeb that had sprouted up over the weekend. That's only one complaint, and I'm pulling 4 signs and pulling 1 complaint. I'm also documenting not only that I'm doing that, I'm taking photos of what I'm doing. So if there's ever a complaint to the board or any calls, complaint that, hey, I'm being singled out, and I'm being picked on, you can say, no, absolutely not. So that's why you're seeing a lot of complaints there. Out of those, I have 163 that I've been able to close, and year to date, like I said, 265 complaints. The fun data here becomes when you talk about the signs, and I had 182 in the second quarter. I like to contribute that to the nicer weather. It's easier to stick those signs in the ground when it's not frozen. They pop up a lot easier. So out of that, we have 268 that I got last quarter. That brings us to 341 signs that I've confiscated. All but I think 4 of those are destroyed, or they have been destroyed. You'll notice the days to close to 100 or 28.1 days. I did issue 4 citations the last quarter. We had some zoning uses and violations, blight issues, tree and wetland preservation violation. All of those were ticketed, and those are all in the court system. So we're following up on that. As you might know, nothing happens fast in court. These things might take months and months, and I will be able to keep you up to date on the signs that are the complaints that come up later on, and how we close them out and what the actual resolutions were. As far as Jamie's comments earlier to the board, I'd like to note that on the quarterly one report, you'll notice that in the prior cases update, I reviewed all the active complaints from 23 and 24. Within those, I noted a lot of complaints that revolved around the Valley venue on Scio Church Road. A lot of those were noise, traffic, use, different things around those natures. I came to the board or the leadership here in the township hall, and I said we need to take an proactive approach to violations at the Valley. And I outlined my plan, and that included purchasing a sound level meter And me taking random, uncomplained times and not notifying anybody of what I was doing at the time. So nobody could prepare for me to show up. And they wouldn't know when it would happen. I've done that twice in the past month. The first time I did not have a sound level meter on me. So I was just making observations as to traffic flow and what I could actually observe or hear or see at the time. I didn't observe any violations at that time, but I couldn't come up with any hard data on that visit. Since then, we got the sound level meter. I am trained by the state of Michigan to operate a sound level meter, in case you want to know. I went out not this past weekend, but the weekend before. There was a large event that was happening. It was a Saturday. I sat on the side of the road, I observed. And I did take a sound level reading right at the barn. I pulled up on the property and I took a measurement within 4 feet of the barn. My measurement was about, if I remember right, 52 or 53 decibels, which is much lower than the threshold on the CUP. And that was right at the barn. Now I could hear music. I could hear it from a little ways down the road when I was parked on the shoulder of the road. And I went down to Stabler and I sat there and I could hear it from there. But the measurement right at the barn was not at the threshold, wasn't even near the threshold of the CUP. There was several hundred people there. It's probably 200 to 300 people there. From my guess, just estimates. Parking was good, traffic in and out was good. I didn't notice any violations of the CUP. My plan to continue in the future is to do these random checks. I'm not gonna tell them when I'm coming, and the time is gonna vary. And we'll just keep going and checking and making sure that they're following the CUP like I've observed in the past 2 times that I've been out there. So, any questions?
I have one. So
Trustee Brand?
So Keith, I don't know if you're aware, the conditional use limits the attendance to 250 people. You just stated there's upwards of 300.
It was a guess. There was a large amount of people.
Yeah, this is
I'd say between 200 and 300 people.
right. So I'm wondering if we can somehow, maybe you should document your estimate. I know for a fact they are allowing more than 250 because I submitted a request to them and told them I would have in excess of 300 people, and they were very happy to discuss it with me. So I know that they violate that, and that leads to the noise. It leads to the barn doors being open, which then exacerbates the situation. So if you could document, guesstimates are fine. It gives us something to have a dialogue with them. Thank you.
Everything I do is documented. The date, the time, and what I observed is all documented. I'm not gonna stand there and click how many people are going in and out. I don't have any way of doing that, but there was a lot of people there. They were all basically eating underneath the tent that was behind. And then they most of them moved into the barn during my observation period.
Clerk Flintoff?
Keith, I want to commend you on an excellent report presentation, and the work you do is great. I'm so glad you're part of the township. We've got a lot of staff, like he's working hard, doing a lot of great work, and I think sometimes that gets a little drowned out at public meetings, so I want to commend you for that. I want to also thank you specifically that you are certified. I know we talked about the sound level meeting, but that is just such an asset to the township. We have had so much debate around sound. I think one of the first times I met Pat and Bill Stein in 2019, Pat had her iPhone out and was playing it to the board here, trying to demonstrate how loud air brakes are. And I can tell you, it is hard to tell how loud anything is, you know, from a recording like that. So I appreciate that. I also want to note that one resident who came in and was helped at the desk by Ryan and Andrea and I, that we referred to you. I won't name her name for her privacy, but she express thanks to you. You worked with her, you know, feels safe in her home. And that's why we employ a code enforcement officer, is to be able to offer a skilled professional who can help neighbors work out their problems so that they don't try to work them out with each other. And you're very good at that. A question, I am curious about the tree wetland preservation violation. Could you describe a little bit about what that was?
That violation, occurred before my employment here, that was worked on by the previous code enforcement officer and Laura Krebs. That was where there was a bunch of clear cutting or trees that were taken down that were in violation of the ordinance. Laura had worked with the DNR to get a, some sort of preservation order put together. We were actively working with the individual to resolve the violation, or at least attempt to resolve the violation. And he has not signed that agreement. He was given ample time to review. This was a document that was produced by the DNR. And I believe there was no cost to him for it. But he has not agreed to sign it and move forward with that plan. So without that, we issued a citation and we're gonna work it out in court.
That's a forest management plan that's required if you're clearing a certain amount of land. So that's what he's referring to.
And is that a forest management plan that we issue as part of a?
No, we require, sorry, am I talking loud enough?
Yeah.
We require a forest management plan to be in place if you're cutting a certain number of trees on a certain size of parcel. Owners can have their own done, they can contract to have their own done. In this case, the DNR drafted that agreement. And we thought that Scio Township thought it was fine. And we thought that the owner also thought it was fine, but as Keith said, he hasn't signed it yet, so technically he is still in violation of that section of the ordinance.
Good, and, you know, I think we all remember what happened at Botsford, so just trying to pay particular attention to this. Thank you.
Treasurer Gable?
I want to thank you for all of your hard work and your willingness to alter your schedule, your willingness to work these unusual hours at times. And I mean, to correct Flintoff's point, we've been able to help a lot of residents with your hard work, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you very much for all of your help.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Riser.
Thank you for this report. You're both great. Appreciate the graphics and the data. Question about the signage violations and the frequent flyers. Is there some commercial business or somebody who most frequently violates that you could reach out to them with a letter or a visit or a biscuit, whatever you deem appropriate?
Yes, great question. By the way, a biscuit, those are terms for a citation in law enforcement and the attorney brother. Yeah, just so you know, John, I knew exactly what you meant. Yeah. We have a couple of people that don't like to play by the rules. They've been given numerous warnings from the code enforcement officer before the code enforcement officer before me. And I believe they thought they were just gonna continue in that fashion. I don't operate that way. So I have issued citations after meeting with people in person, issuing a warning letter, meeting with them again, explaining the process. I tried as hard as I can to get compliance. So when you see that I wrote 4 tickets last quarter, those are 4 tickets that I could not get compliance, and I've exhausted my means. So yes, and there's one specific person on Jackson Ave who I won't name, that everybody knows. She's been warned numerous times about the signs. She continues to do it. I wrote her a citation She continues to do it, and the Saturday that I came in to do the sound level readings, she had more signs in the right of way. So we're just gonna have to keep working on that and escalate it to the next level. But yes, absolutely. I try to do a progressive enforcement routine, but mostly I'm looking for compliance and educating people on what the ordinance is and what they can and cannot have.
Siri?
Couple of questions. On the previous complaints on the valve, was the time indicated on the complaint when the violation occurred?
No, I basically I had just a rundown of the complaints as far as the dates. They're always happening on the weekend.
Right.
I received a complaint first thing in April about the tent that was behind the building. But after careful reading of the conditional use permit, that wasn't limited at the barn where they're at now. It was at the one before. So most of the complaints were coming in on the weekend. I'm guessing that it was mostly Saturdays. I don't have that data right in front of me right now. But it's gonna be when they have the events and typically on the weekend. I know there was only one or maybe two complaints during the week events. And that revolved more around the signage and vehicles parked along the right of way. I don't believe those were noise complaints for those.
What time did you take your measurement?
The only real measurement that I took was at like 8 p.m. The time that I was there before that was 7:15 to 7:30-ish. So 8 p.m. and I was stopped by a resident because I was parked in his field access on the Lodi side of the road there. And he wanted to know what I was doing. So I explained to him what the township is doing and being proactive in taking these measurements and making sure that they're following the use permit, which he was very happy with. He lives on the Lodi side. Then invited me to park there anytime. But he said basically right around 8 o'clock is when the music starts. And it will go up until I believe 11 p.m. is the cutoff in the CUP.
I know this is probably difficult on your schedule, but as the night goes on, the noise increases. So I don't know if it would be, I know it'd be inconvenient, but like 10 o'clock might be a better time to check the measurements. But I went out there a few years ago with my iPhone, but I don't think that's anywhere near what you're doing. And I just parked on the road and it wasn't that bad. Now on this plan for the violation, the forest violation, was it restoration or just a forest plan? Were they gonna require restoration of the trees?
I honestly haven't read the plan, so I don't know what they were gonna do.
Okay.
What it, I know that it meets whatever requirements are in our ordinance, but I haven't read it. So.
Okay. And one question on your graph. What is the scale, the y-axis? Is it units or is that tens?
For the bar graph,
Yeah,
so that would be the amount of complaints.
so it's single, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
all right,
And then each one below would be which type.
right.
And then that bar is separated in colors by where or the source of the complaint. How it is.
Okay, so this only documents probably, I don't know, 35 or 40 of the complaints.
And the rest are signs.
Oh, okay. Then your
Yes.
graph is too small to have the sign.
Yeah, you would have these little teeny lines and you'd have this huge long
Okay.
line there. I
Got
tried
it.
to save you from that.
God, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for doing this.
Trustee Noel.
Yes, thank you very much for doing this. In the past, the Frutigs have had an officer actually monitoring the decibel readings through the evening. And they have kept a record of it. I just wanted to be sure you were aware of that. And I don't know if they're still doing it. But for a while, they were sending the records to the township hall. Do you know, Veronica?
So
I don't believe they're sending them anymore. No, I haven't received anything. They used to, it's still required, you could request they pick it up then.
Yep. That's a consideration. I mean, their readings were suspect, but you know, it is their documentation and it might be helpful to know what is contained in the meetings. I don't know.
I did observe, I believe it's their security guard, and I don't know what his credentials are or training. But I did observe him taking what appeared to be sound level readings. I don't know what level meter they're using. I don't know if it's certified for use in environmental sound level. My enforcement is double blind. It's going to be unannounced and not at any particular time. The only thing that I have to make sure I'm doing is that I come here and I get a vehicle from here. So I have a fully marked vehicle when I'm doing it. But yes, their security guard, I've seen what appears like he's taking sound level readings. And they have noticed me out there.
Good.
There has been indications they know I'm there.
Would it be helpful to have their readings?
No.
Okay.
It's fine, they could provide me with zeros. And in our instance, we have to go by what we're actually seeing. And maybe a later time would be a good idea. I'll have to get permission from the boss, my boss, to do that. And I'm not saying anybody here, but yeah, that kind of flopped, didn't it? I thought it was a good.
Just slow.
But no, absolutely, I'm not gonna do it at the same time. But it's typically gonna be on a Saturday, because let's face it, that's when their big parties are gonna be there, probably wedding receptions,
Friday and Saturday.
Friday. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, Keith, thank you for your fancy report. It's really nice. It's
Like I said, I can't take all the credit for those.
no, it's okay. It's really, it's easy to read and it's
I
wonderful.
appreciate you got that.
And you've been really great to work with, and you've been patient with people that have violations or potential violations and giving them many opportunities to remedy the issue before taking it, to where it needs to be. You have a citation. Yes. So thank you so much.
So my plan is to continue with the quarterly reports, because the data, it fits into the quarterly reports and the seasons. So you're gonna see a lot more of different types of complaints on the quarterly reports. I'd be happy to come here so you can see my smiling face. And take, I don't know, I haven't been going for 50 minutes. Have I? No? Okay. Christie's telling me to cut it off, so I'm done unless anybody has any other questions.
We don't need to notify you on signs. You do that yourself driving around?
I hop in one of the utility trucks, if they have one available, and I drive around and I pick them up. And I try to hit everywhere in the township. I know where the hot spots are, but there's always gonna be some outliers that I don't get to all the time. So, I mean, if you do have a specific complaint where it doesn't seem like I'm catching some of them, shoot me a holler, send me an email, give me a call. I'm happy to roll out and pick them up. But no, I try to get out. I try to get out on Tuesday mornings as early as I can, because I know that's when the crews are out mowing the center median of Jackson. So I want to get out there and pull all those signs before the mowing crews get out there. So you get more of a uniform look, because I know they'll just mow around.
Yeah, then they're scattered.
Right.
when-
Right.
Thank you for the good work you do. Keith.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Moving on to unfinished business, N1, possible action, Washington County Parks and Recreation Commission, Connecting Communities Grant Initiative. And this was prepared by Chris Chang. However, Chris,
He is out of the office, So,
Do we postpone this? Is there time of the essence?
no,
We do have to notify, if I remember correctly, Washtenaw County by July 15th if we have intention. We do have final application of August 28th, which we would be able to meet. Chris will be back in the office by then.
What's the July 15th deadline?
July 15th is like a pre-bid,
Intention.
pre-notification of intent to apply.
Why would we postpone this, John?
In the event, I'm not saying we would, but in the event that we wanted to hear from Chris Chang on this, we don't have to postpone it.
Well, here's a memo by, Matt Parks from OHM. From the second, Oh, okay, from
Yeah.
Chris, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So Matt is.
that
attendance.
memo was from the last meeting. I don't think,
Oh.
so.
Matt is online, if we have any questions.
I see
Oh,
I don't have.
Alex Bade from OHM is on. I don't know
Oh,
if this
I think
person
that-
would have the same knowledge.
Right.
okay.
Okay.
Sure, let's point out.
This is, I would say, I think it's a worthy project. But I'm not in support of applying for this grant at this time, and I want to state why. This project, we went through the CIP process, and it was one of two projects that we included as zero. Because we had no funding identified for how we would do this. Okay, so it's, I think putting something on a plan as an aspirational shot is good. I think applying for a grant for something that is aspirational with literally no identified potential funding that we could possibly use. Is a poor use of resources. I appreciate, we got this in 2017 to support the Z Road pathway. I understand it would be ineligible for us to use it for that. As we all know, the parks budget is stretched as far as it can go, but in fact, a sidewalk or a pathway, it depends sort of in the eye of the beholder. But my understanding is this grant would consider it a pathway. And it would be an extension of kind of the southeast pathway work we did when Anna Cohn was here. We used the parks funding for that pathway. Our practice would be if we have a dedicated source of funds for pathways, that we would turn to the Parks and Pathways Fund for that, if it could support it. I don't know that this is I haven't heard anybody say this is a priority from our Parks and Paths Committee. I know in our CIP, it was zeroed out. And so again, this is important that I know it's just the engineering, but we have several projects underway that we don't have fully identified all the resources to finish them. So for that reason, I'm not in support of starting another project that would draw down the parks funding or the general fund at this time.
Trustee Grant, or Brand. Trustee Brand.
Yeah, I asked Chris some pointed questions about this. The last grant we got was in 2018. I did my own research. You can apply every 3 years, I believe. So I'm not convinced that zero. Same comments that this has not been prioritized by the board. The question of whether this is a sidewalk seems a little bit of a stretch because the drawings created by OHM clearly say on them sidewalk concept estimate. It says sidewalks all over the place, plus lost street improvements. So I think it's really a little disingenuous we applied last year, didn't get it this year, now we're calling it a pathway, last year was a sidewalk. A sidewalk is a sidewalk, but it's not prioritized, so I'm not supporting this. If there was a project that Parks was interested in, I would be more supportive of that.
Trustee Riser, or did somebody have a hand up? No? Okay.
I didn't have my hand up.
I was waiting. Trustee Noel, go ahead.
So I'm torn on this. It is in the most highly populated corner of the township. People would use these sidewalks. I'll call them sidewalks. I agree, we haven't identified the additional funding source or sources. That's a problem. So I'm torn. I haven't decided my vote. Okay. There are pros and cons to it.
Trustee Reed?
I'm a big fan of sidewalks. I hate to go into subdivisions and see all these homes with no sidewalk. But like Kathy says, this is an area that highly populated, lots of population. Highly populated. And isn't this grant just gonna cover the engineering? It's not, so if we engineer it this year, we don't necessarily have to build it this year.
That's what my understanding.
That gets us step one. So if we can get this grant, would this grant cover all of the engineering costs? Is the question.
That is, I think it was 25,000 for the grant or for the engineering. Amount being requested.
I'm not sure which number is yours quite clear.
David, the second page has the $495,000 cost. That's a couple years old, I think, but I think in there is the engineering, and I'm trying to look for it.
The 495 is the estimated total proposal project.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm sorry,
Nope.
I'm just looking for the line item that is engineering.
That may well be said.
I don't see it.
I don't see it. This is the build.
No, there's Chris's 6/24/25 memo talks about breakdown between engineering services and what it's likely to be for construction. So I'm seeing 25 to 40 for engineering and 600 for
Okay,
I mean, I see that as supplement.
thank you.
I'm supportive of the concept of this. I'm kind of this opinion. I validated with Washtenaw County that we had expanded our previous grant in 2018. Supervisor Carey also had the paper records to confirm that. I don't like the idea of applying for a grant where we don't know what we're going to do, actually construct the project, but I'm a little bit torn on it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm like Ryan, I'm torn as well, because I really would like this in, but I'm also torn because presumably this would come under the Parks Department. And I think if we are able to add a person to the Park Department, I think this might be possibility to be handled, but right now I don't think the Parks Department can handle this load. So, you know, depends on what we do with a system, whatever you call it, with this additional person that we're contemplating for the Parks Department. If we can agree on a job description and get it posted and get it hired. Well, we won't be able to make this year's because obviously there's a cutoffs next month or so. So I really would like this to happen, but I can't in good conscience dump this on the Parks Department right now.
Okay, so my thoughts are, this is just for engineering. How long?
Correct.
Do engineer plans or drafts or whatever, how long are they good?
Are
for?
they,
5 years, 4 years, a year?
that I do not know.
You know, we went through that with the bathroom. We had to spend an additional $9,000.
I think respectfully, the difference on the bathroom was the Michigan building code change. I
Okay,
think this being an outdoor project, unless the site conditions change, which
Probably good for a few years.
be good for at least a few years. I mean, there's some erosion that happens.
That's what I was thinking.
If somebody builds something in the way of it, it's a problem.
And the other,
You could ask OHM how long.
Oh, Sally Boss,
Is Alex still on? Alex.
go ahead, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
oh, good.
Hey, Ryan hit it on the head. Design plans are usually for outside projects are good for many years once they're done, as long as there's not obvious changes to the topology out there. We could design it and shelve it for a number of years. We've done that with past projects.
Awesome, thank you.
And the original plans were for sidewalks, not for a pathway. So that's going to change the, because you can't apply for this grant if it's for sidewalks.
And I think the difference is 5 feet versus a minimum of 8, I think, for a pathway.
Pathways 80.
Yeah.
Well, would it,
Or possibly 10.
if we apply, we may not get it. But if we don't apply, then we're definitely not getting it.
Can I ask Sally a question about what's the difference between the two and the significance? Is it, Sally, are you there for a question, please, and thank you?
Yes, I am.
Is there some difference between calling it a sidewalk, which I understand has concrete, versus the pathway, which is often asphalt, or might not be accurate either? What's the significance or import of one versus the other in the 66-foot right of way on Scio Church Road?
So sidewalks are generally concrete, like you said. They are generally only 5 feet wide, and the main regulation they have to follow is ADA. Pathways, on the other hand, are generally 6 feet and wider. They tend to average out about 8 feet. Sometimes they're 10. They are usually asphalt because that is a pretty standard paver width that they can put asphalt down with. But they do have to not only comply with ADA, they also have to comply with ASHTO and bicycle regulations, so that they're safe for bicycles. But because sidewalks are meant for walkers, pathways are meant for bicycles and other non-motorized, quote unquote, vehicles.
Thank you.
Just one point, building on what David said, also at the next meeting, in addition to looking at the job description, we're looking at budget amendments. Rebecca's already looking at where we're over and under in our various funds. So I think, that's a chance to kind of look at where we're at. I can tell you, we don't have a lot of extra wiggle room right now for a big project in parks, given that we're so focused on Seed Road. My question for Sally, Chris's memo indicates that, I guess perhaps we got a proposal from OHM several years ago for $25,000. And that maybe it's now $40,000 for engineering. Have you submitted, if you know, Sally, have you submitted a proposal to Scio Township for this engineering work, and how much will the total cost of engineering be?
We have not submitted that proposal yet. This was a sketch estimate for just the generic, basically grant proposal. So this was very high level. We have not done a formal design proposal on this yet, so I can't give you a specific cost.
Do you know how far above a range, how far above 25,000 it'll be? 50,000, 75,000, 100,000?
I would say Chris's estimate between 25 and 40 is likely accurate. It also depends on how in-depth you want the design to be. Whether it's high-level sketch with basic ADA requirements, or if you're asking us to do more wiggles in the sidewalk, I guess I'll call them, trying to avoid features that are already out there, or work with specific property owners to make them happy as well. Those all go into consideration in that cost.
Yeah, I would just say one thing, if I were to support this, it would be that we identify the full cost for the engineering tonight. I'd propose that they come on parks, since that's what voters voted for. Pathways is one of them. we've had recent experiences where we've applied for a grant and not had the full cost, and we have to keep making that up from the general fund. So I would suggest if we were to support this tonight, I could support it if we identified the remainder of the, funding from the Parks Fund for the rest of the engineering. Because we don't know what the full engineering cost would be.
Well, how much of a grant can we apply for though? Only 25,000?
That's what it says. Is that not accurate? It says $25,000 would be requested.
Well, that's what we are requesting, but is there?
I don't know.
Yeah, because if we can apply for 50,000.
Yeah, last time we applied for 300,000, so I'm not sure what the approach here is.
That was for the whole project though.
So at some point, I would like to,
Right.
when it's my turn, then I'll wait.
No, it's your turn, go ahead.
This is something that needs to be done at some time, and I'm. From talking to Roy, he said there are different pots of money. There's a pot of money for engineering, and then there's a pot of money for construction. The pot of money for construction is bigger. Maybe the thing to do is to get the engineering done and then apply for a grant with construction. But the other day I was driving on that road and I saw 4 kids on bicycles riding in the lane against traffic. At this point, I'd settle for bike lanes. There just needs to be something to get people who bike and walk and jog along that road. Dexter Ann Arbor has a sidewalk coming into our municipality from Ann Arbor, and we've been talking about kind of improving that for the bus stop. Jackson Road has a sidewalk coming into our community, and Liberty has a sidewalk coming into our community that goes down Scio Ridge, and it's gonna be continued westward. So Scio Church is the last remaining, artery inlet that needs to be safer. It does connect 4 communities, but it's people go to, there's a high school there, there's the Ice Cube there, there's Wolverine Sports there, I've walked to Target there. Joanne Fabrics, Total Wine and More, I shouldn't admit that, but I walked there.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of.
When you got there.
So how do we get it done? Is it putting some money in the capital improvement plan for engineering next year and then applying for a bigger grant later? I mean, I hope we all support this for the safety. Frankly, these 9 communities should be connected, should have been connected, maybe when a board before said, you gotta put in sidewalks. There are sidewalks that don't cross the street from each other. So, Kensington is like, it's got a sidewalk that's just in front of Kensington that doesn't go anywhere. Kensington Court is kind of kitty corner from the Ice Cube, and you can't even walk across there. There are also multiple AATA bus stops there, so I don't know. This is something we should get done. How to crack this nut, I defer to our collective wisdom.
Treasurer,
Okay, so in order to try and move us forward a little bit, I went back to the Connecting Communities Grant Initiative updated criteria, which is on the county website. Through the Connecting Communities Initiative, WC Park, which stands for Washington County Parks Recreation Commission, is committing $600,000 per year through 2028 towards planning, $100,000, and construction, $500,000.
That's the big.
So the way I take that is $100,000 per year of planning and $500,000 a year of construction grants. So here's the motion I would make, and let me know what people think. I would amend the document that was prepared by the project manager to authorize a WC PARC Connecting Community Grant application for $50,000 of engineering services for sidewalk connections along Scio Church Road, Oak Valley, and Upland Drive to only be completed if the full grant amount is awarded.
I would second with a friendly amendment. And that any overage should be funded through funds appropriated from the Parks Fund.
Let's support that.
What does the Parks Director? We just committed her to spending money.
Again, David, I would not have prepared this item this way, but it's the question before us. This is the information we have. I mean, again, nobody's looked at the budget. My whole point is, no one's identified the money for this, so we're trying to identify it right now. That is the millage that voters passed for a network of non-motorized pathways.
And remind me, when is the cutoff for this thing?
We have to pre-intend this by next Tuesday, July 15th, and final applications due August 28th.
So we can file a pre-intent and then just not file if we decide not to?
Right.
So maybe change your motion and file the pre-intent. Let's investigate the budget, and then if we have the money to cover it.
So
We're doing budget amendments next week, so I mean, we can consider a budget amendment.
I mean, I agree with John, this is important, safety is important, but we can only manage so many projects.
I agree, and no one's identified the money for it, so if it's so important, let's commit some money.
Hopefully the grant will cover it all.
And if it doesn't, enters my friend amendment.
So planning is up to 100,000?
yes, but we're at the discretion of the county government.
Scattered
Yeah,
across the
right.
county.
It's countywide.
Well,
It's the total amount, Brian?
Correct, $100,000 for the entire county for
Yeah.
this year, which they could choose this project and devote 50,000. They could choose a project and devote 0. They could choose a project and devote 10.
well, yeah.
Any of
and
it possible.
The other thing is if we apply and we're awarded, we don't have to accept it. If we find that we don't have the money to cover it, because we have to pay upfront and then they reimburse us, correct?
We'll be able to do that, we can fund.
Yeah, I
And then that would give us time to figure out all the details.
just wish this item was prepared better for the record.
Yeah, for the record, this item should have been prepared better with all the information and thought. So that we don't have to stumble through a half-hour conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
To restate the amended motion, Brian, do I have this right? Motion by Yeaple, support by Flynn, to authorize the WCPARC Connecting Communities Grant application for $50,000 for engineering services.
Mhm.
Should it read pre-authorized?
What is pre-authorized?
I mean, I thought that we could commit, we only had tentatively commit, that's what I meant. And then later, we can make further decision on a full and total commitment.
Well, that's,
Is that what
That's
you decided,
fair.
Brian?
yeah,
I guess
would see
we
it
could,
that way.
we could amend it to say, provide notice of intent to apply
Yeah,
for the grant,
but-
which is what the
But
requirement
then we
is.
have to take a second step at the board table. I wonder, Kathy, if we can't just authorize it. If it's not going well, I'm sure, Christy will make sure Chris has a draft grant application for our review. If something's not going well, we can, retract our support. So to authorize up to $50,000 for engineering services. And then, Brian, what was the part with any overage to be appropriated and authorized from Fund 208? And that's what happened last time we did these sidewalks in this neighborhood. We paid for it from Parks Fund because it's a Parks and Pathways Fund.
But wasn't there also some ARPA funds? too?
Yeah, it's about 400,000.
Partially. Yeah, it was about half and half, John.
I call the question at this point to try to move the meeting forward.
Support.
Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Flintoff, yes. Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Yeaple.
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Payment of the bills.
Regular item 01, payment of the bills irregularly appearing on new business. For a reason I wanted to bring to the board's attention. It has taken, recommended are the proposed claims for payment as always. Over the last many months, I think 9 months or so, it's taken an inordinate amount of time for our deputy treasurer, finance manager, office coordinator, with several follow-ups about trying to get compliance with our basic procedure of staff providing receipts for expenditures made, outlined in our procurement policy. Of course, we have to pay when it's a credit payment, we have to pay our credit cards. And so that is recommended for payment. Certainly I listed the 4 that are outstanding this time. Sometimes it's $4, sometimes it's $400. We need to be able to account for every public dollar, and I know through the study that we paid a lot for Maynard Casterison, with its internal controls. We know trust is not an internal control. We have the draft credit card policy that Ryan's planning to bring. We have a lot of these other policies that we're trying to do. And so my revised recommendation would be that we approve the proposed claims for payment, and that I would also suggest that we ask the treasurer to incorporate into the forthcoming proposed credit card policy a provision that permits the treasurer to not issue or to take back issuance of a credit card to a staff or official who has a demonstrated history of not following township policies related to purchases made with township credit card. So those are the 2 issues. We can take the model motion of approving the proposed claim and the one I read together or separately. And if there's questions or people need any documentation, we have those.
Trustee Reed?
The motion in the packet has a second part to the motion. Following the word "and," did you replace that with this policy change?
Yes, I'm suggesting updated recommendation that we approve the proposed claims for payment. And instead of asking the staff responsible to reimburse the township, to direct the treasurer to incorporate into the forthcoming proposed credit card policy a provision that permits the treasurer to not issue or take back issuance of a credit card to a staff or official who has a demonstrated history of not following township policies related to purchases made with a township credit card. Our policy sets forth that the township may not be responsible for any, goods or services procured out of compliance with our policy. It is not explicit about what we do when, oh darn, we have to pay our credit card bill when somebody's done this. So, and when somebody's done this, kind of repeatedly. I would also say, given the culture change we're trying to make here, we've got the majority of the staff working well, and we have an inordinate amount of time, spent chasing these things down. And I would just say, I think we can resolve this maybe through consideration of a proposed credit card policy. I defer to the treasurer on what he thinks of my revised motion.
I'd support the revised motion.
Question. Define history. 1 week, 2 weeks, 5 times, 10 times?
We could define it as 10 times.
I think we need objective, not subject.
And that would be in the policy.
Yeah, I would look forward to bringing a draft of the policy
It's all objective.
to our next meeting, but I will say that the staff members in question have had at least 3 months out of my last 6 months of doing this with compliance problems, compliance struggles.
For months.
For months, and there has been a market improvement and with some staff, and I appreciate that, but there's some staff that just have not been able to have substantial improvement.
So if this policy is implemented and we have a violator who violates whatever the definition of history is, and the credit card is removed or taken back, how does that person then pay for it? With their own credit card and submit an expense report?
I would imagine they would pay for things not on credit, such as through petty cash, which is authorized for $25 and below, getting a check request, going through normal procurement. I would imagine this would be really rare, but this would all be subject to a policy as recommended by Mayor Costanza. We've never had such a policy. I appreciate Ryan's attention to it in order to make sure we're minimizing the possibility of fraud, waste, or abuse. So all of this would be figured out via the policy that's needed.
So one more question, is it a permanent removal or a 3 month, 6 month?
In my proposal, I'll have that outlined with, progressive, I would say progressive consequences. My hope would be that having a verbal and written conversation and then a shorter term, revocation and then a longer term revocation. I think if we get to 4 instances and we don't have compliance, we probably have a problem, especially if we've had everything well documented.
Agree, and I would just say too, remember, it's only the board under statute who can approve claims for payment. All of this discretion that we've delegated via the procurement policy, credit card policy, it's all on us. Like, we need to be able to account for every dollar of public funds. And so that's why Ryan and I are raising this issue. We've got hardworking staff chasing people down, spending too much time doing that, so we've got to resolve it.
Well, with a new policy, that should be a clean slate for everybody to start over. And everybody educated on that policy. And another thing is, if there's one on a credit card, when they hand that credit card in, shouldn't they be handing a receipt in? But even though the receipt part isn't in the procurement policy now. Or
A
that would
receipt,
be
a receipt is always required for a purchase order. A receipt or invoice is absolutely required, and a purchase order is required under the procurement policy.
Okay, so when they turn the credit card in, then they hand in the receipt at the same time, because.
They should be.
They should be putting the PO on the receipt and uploading it to the system.
Some are, some are not.
This is not news to anyone. I would just say we can always do ongoing training.
Sure,
But
yeah.
this is a practice that has been in place for years.
If I may add to the supervisor's suggestion,
Mhm.
when the policy is finalized, before it's put in place, we put it in front of all the employees, everyone, and have them have a little sheet of paper saying, I understand the policy, and they sign it.
Yes, Aurora's already done that for other training that we've had internally, and we will be, experiencing that.
Yeah, and
Once
David,
this policy's been reported.
we've also sat down and we read through policies and the full management team together to make sure everybody's reading and comprehending everything. But there are limits. I mean, at a certain point, we're hiring staff to be able to read and comprehend and ask questions. I mean, with all due respect, we, you know. Yes, and this policy, David, will be proposed for the board to review. It will be the board's policy, so all the details you're talking about will be in Ryan's proposal in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Thanks.
But I will just say this problem does not stem from people not understanding what the expectation is.
So we have two different amount of motions. Let's, okay, so the first one is to approve the proposed claim for payment of July 9th, 2025, and to receive prior check run reports for June 25th, 25 to June 26th, 25. And the second one, could you repeat that?
To direct the treasurer to incorporate into the forthcoming proposed credit card policy a provision that permits the treasurer to not issue or take back issuance of a credit card to a staff or official who has a demonstrated history of not following township policies related to purchases made with a township credit card.
So that second one would be in the new policy?
Correct. It's directing me, to include
A provision.
a provision for this. It could be an addendum to the policy. It could be a paragraph. It could be a schedule of, progressive education and consequences. But
Okay,
so
so
we'll discuss it at the board table. 2 weeks would be my hope.
yeah, so that's what I was, so there's gonna be a new policy.
Yes,
Okay, so why do we have to direct this now for this new policy that you're gonna be all?
I think it's
inclusive?
important for public awareness and to make people, just aware of the next steps we're taking to make sure we manage public funds responsibly.
And I would also just like, our hardworking staff to know that they have full board support and that our treasurer has full board support to put a provision in that, makes clear that we will intend to empower him with the discretion to issue credit only when it's safe and secure to do so.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, but why take this step now when there's going to be a new policy and that's gonna be in it, and then we're gonna vote on that whole thing?
It's important enough that I bring it to the board's attention, and so I brought this motion because I want to know where the board stands on this issue. We have thousands of dollars over many months that we can't account for. Now, we can guess, we can know, that is from 1 month, Jillian, we got $2,300 of fuel expenses in a month. And regularly, between the fuel cards and the other credit cards, it is Joelle and Rebecca are saints for the level of effort they go to. And it is a waste of township time to not have this compliance. So it's not, it is, about being able to account for public funds. We shouldn't have credit cards if we can.
The
I'm not
deputy,
disputing any of that, it's just that we're going to approve this now, and then we're gonna approve it in 2 weeks. With the new credit card policy, which it will be in there.
I'd like to call the question.
Support.
I wanted to respond briefly.
Call the question.
I rescind the motion to allow that.
So should we?
Support.
Okay.
I didn't get to speak yet on that.
You call the
Go ahead.
question.
Oh, go ahead. I rescinded the motion and.
Oh,
And I supported the rescission.
Then trustee Brantley go first.
Yes, very briefly. This is a very reasonable process. I can't believe we're spending this much time talking about a very reasonable process. And delay in action makes no sense to me. Let's give Ryan the direction to do it, and let's move forward on this, please.
I'm gonna support this, but what was the D word? Was it documented or demonstrated?
Demonstrated history, obviously well documented. Yes, no shortage of documentation on this.
So would you?
FOIA away.
No, I just, would it be okay to substitute the word documented over demonstrated?
Sure.
Thanks.
Is that okay with you, Ryan?
That's fine with me.
Oh.
Right?
Support.
Okay, so we're voting on both at the same time?
Yes.
And the motion was made by, the two motions by Flintoff and support by
April.
Gable. I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Sure.
Flintoff, yes. Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Gable,
Yes,
motion adopted 7-0.
thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute? Sure. Let's see, what time is it right now?
9:12.
9:12, let's be. Let's see, 9:17, let's just make it 9:20.
Thank you.
And there you are. Oh. What was that? Yeah. Okay, on to O2. Possible action, authorization for OHM to perform professional services for the Fire Station 2 project. Hi, Chief. How are you?
Board? Really I hope to accomplish two things with this agenda item tonight. First and foremost is to get OHM's proposal approved. And then second is to give you just a brief update on where the project is and timelines and when you can expect to see. So in the first part, we do have a proposal from OHM. OHM is a township engineer, and this is for site civil for the project. And Alex, who's online, has been working with me quite a bit on this project. And Alex, I apologize if I oversimplify this, but an architect we've already hired. They're designing the building, and OHM is going to do all the engineering for everything outside of the building. Detention, grading, underground utilities, everything that goes outside of the building. And that's their proposal here. Addition to that, they're gonna coordinate with outside agencies. We have several Washington County agencies we have to coordinate with. Road Commission, Water Resources, all these other players in the game. And that's their focus of this job, in addition to working with me in an advisory capacity. That being said, with that proposal alone, is there any questions the board would have, or of me or Alex, who's also online?
I do have a question.
Yes.
It says this agreement is under review by legal counsel.
Yep, I've sent them to legal counsel for review.
And Attorney Fink, how?
Well, we had that one comment this morning about how we would like this agreement to contain some language about OHM making sure that the project is ADA compliant. We want OHM to be the ones that are checking those things to make sure that everything is ADA compliant. I don't see that in the document,
Okay.
but that's the one comment that we have.
Yeah, if there's any comments like that, get them to me, and I'm sure Jim has absolutely no issue incorporating the project.
And could we maybe just have the model motion be separate to attorney legal?
Sure.
Are there any questions or comments by trustees? No, okay.
I just want to be assured that 209, how certain are we that we aren't going to exceed 219,000?
I'm pretty comfortable with that number.
Okay.
That includes, the one thing that we have some discretion on is consulting with OHM. We built in, one meeting a month for an entire year. So we can absolutely, if we don't need all that, we'll be backing some of those meetings out. And if there's anything else that may come up, we'll absolutely get in front of the board immediately, but I don't anticipate it. It seems to be pretty comprehensive, proposal from them. Being it's not my expertise, I asked the treasurer as he had just gone for a project, and he felt it was a pretty minor one. So I would still.
Is there support
Raise it.
for model motion?
Oh, I would move the model motion, but it wasn't, I moved the model motion.
I'll support.
I'd make a friendly amendment that it be subject to attorney approval.
Accepted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes.
Thank you.
7-0.
Also included in your packet, I included some information, projections from Plant Moran, bond projections. And that's where I got some of the data that I included in a one-page summary. I'm trying to simplify it as much as possible, for the board. So far the board's authorized, some architect work, 509,000 plus, a little contingency there. We have not authorized the architect, to do any construction management yet. So they have a proposal out there for $108,000 to do construction management. We've authorized our construction manager, Cunningham Link, 27,600. They're participating in the design of the building. Their role in that process, or that portion of the project, is to begin costing it and get this detailed cost models, as well as value engineer. So as we're talking about, say, a room or something like that, they'll make comments, hey, if we do it a little bit differently, you'll get the same effect, but it'll be reduced cost due to, I don't know, whatever magic they work. We have not authorized their construction fee yet. The proposal was 2.8% cost. You've just authorized tonight, site civil, and site plan work of 219 to OHM. That'll move to the other column. And that's, so prior to your authorization there, we authorized 587,000 and have other estimates of about 2.6 million outstanding. We don't know the cost of construction yet. Timeline, so far we have a timeline projected July 28th. We're going to be at the Planning Commission for a conditional use permit. Conditional use is authorized on property, which this is. So we're going to get the conditional use permit, and we have site plan, preliminary site plan already submitted to the Planning Commission. We anticipate being on their August 11th meeting.
And August 26th to the board.
Correct, August 26th. I intend on bringing both conditional use and preliminary site plan approval to the board along with our first cost estimate. So that's when the construction manager will have enough information to give a qualified opinion on what he believes the project will cost. And it should be in a range. I have a board of trustee meeting on September 9th. We should have a good cost estimate at that point, and we'll be requesting the board issue bonds for the project. That's how we'll fund the project. Final site plan approval to the board after all the engineering is done and verified, September 30th. And then the board will approve all the bids for the project in November. We don't have the exact date yet. But at that point, the board will authorize construction and see all the bids for the project and be able to move forward with construction. We're currently contemplating whether it's more efficient and more cost effective to immediately start construction or delay until we have some spring conditions come back. But we won't have that decision made for a little bit of time yet. And when we know that. That said, any questions on the timeline of the project? Or anything else the board might see?
You're expecting to break ground in November?
November to December potentially, but we're evaluating whether it'll be more effective and cost effective. When we do that, we incur some winter conditions costs. There's a little bit of disruption of trades. So we'll evaluate and bring a recommendation back as to what the breakdown.
We're in concrete in January. Question.
Exactly, you know, so.
Chief, thank
yes.
you for your leadership on this and for everything.
Thank you.
We're very lucky to have somebody who could be a fire chief and manage a major capital project all in one. So thank you.
Thank you, board. I appreciate the comment.
Well done, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Good night.
Item O3, discussion only, presentation by Romberg, Stover and Associates of the final report of the compensation and classification study. Good evening.
And so I'll provide a brief overview, but then Jeff Ronson and for Jamie Watt will go through the review and review. So the
Aurora, could
yes.
you introduce yourself for anybody that's
Sure.
listening?
Give her the microphone.
Aurora Northrop, HR manager.
Christie, do you want to hand the microphone just so people can probably hear a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
How's that? Thank you.
So this compensation and classification study process included matching township positions to the market and an internal equity assessment of exempt and non-exempt status of positions. That was also completed. A survey was developed to obtain comparable position, minimum and maximum salary range, and the actual annual salary of the incumbent. We had a target of 24 municipalities, and our job descriptions were also updated, and a consistent format was used that Ron Stover also implemented for us. So Jeff Romberg and Jamie Water here to present the compensation and classification study and provide more detail and answer any board questions.
Great, nice to be here again. No, I usually don't do that. People tell me to tone it down, so sorry about it. Are we on now or?
Let me make you a panelist and then.
I think it's PowerPoint. You have a hard copy of, correct?
Right, you did
So we can get started if you wanted.
great.
Give it the hour, right? Let's keep moving.
Yep.
That's it. The PowerPoint and yeah, that
Okay,
the blue cover. So as Aurora mentioned, this is a project to conduct a compensation review and develop an updated salary schedule for you with related recommendations. And it's important to think about this work is it wasn't simply a one-time study that said, what do we pay our staff today? Or what's the market say we should pay our staff today? But rather, here's a system for you hopefully to adopt and follow on an ongoing basis, so that you can keep your pay levels competitive, and as well have a system for helping you every year decide what kind of an increase we might offer or provide to our staff. So the activities, Aurora touched on some. We obviously spent a lot of time up front getting smarter about the township and the positions, which included not only reviewing job descriptions that existed before we updated them, but as well also conducting interviews with some of the staff to get, again, a better understanding. We spent a lot of time up front working on who do we want to survey. It was indicated we ultimately arrived at a list of 24 communities, mostly townships, but there were some cities, well, nearby cities that felt made sense. And we in the end, we got results from 15, which is not a bad 15 is actually a good number. But we did, so 9 did not participate, but 15 out of the 24 did. And you now, I am aware, have all that detail as well, so you would know what they are and et cetera. In addition, by the way, to looking at the staff position, we also did collect data for the elected officials. And so you'll see that information in our detailed report, and we'll comment about that in a few moments. We put together a comparative analysis. So how do our pay levels look today versus the market, if you will? And we took that market data and used it to develop an updated salary schedule. So now every position ultimately will have a pay range. I think today, most of your positions don't have salary ranges. And so the thought is, let's correct that, or let's change that, if you will. So we built a system with 10 pay grades with steps to help guide progression through the ranges. And then the jobs are placed in those pay grades based upon what's the market telling us and some other internal equity considerations. And there are certain jobs where you hard to line up, match precisely, or maybe it wasn't the best fit. So you can see in our report instances where we put the job in a pay grade that wasn't necessarily aligned exactly with the market data, because we don't think the market data reflected the same type of position. So you have some jobs here that frankly we are paying more than the market would say, but we think there's a reason for that. But there's only a couple where that's actually the case. And we have some thoughts about how do we adopt, implement, administer the program, which we can talk about as well. So here's some highlights. So how did we stack up with this market review? So if you look at your salary range minimums, and again, I think 8 of your positions, only 8, about a quarter of them have ranges, but your minimums are very competitive for those 8 positions. You're 106.2% of the market, and I should emphasize the market is the median. It's the middle of the market. All this terminology you'll see about market, it's the middle. It's not the high end, not the low end, it's the median of all the data that was provided. So we're about 6% above at the minimum, and we're actually only 92% at the maximum of the middle of the market. But again, I caution you with that because that's only 8 positions, because you only have 8 positions that we studied that actually had a pay range. The incumbent salary levels. So now what are we actually paying people? And what is the market actually paying the individual incumbents, not the range for the job? We were at 107.8. So you are about 8% above the middle of the market, which you should feel good about, in my opinion, which means you're paying staff. Again, the devil's in the details, but this is the big picture number. You're about 8% above market overall for your current pay levels of the staff, which Actually, I think it's actually, it's a positive, I think it's a positive message. To share with staff, to let them know that you obviously care about them. And have been attempting and done a good job of trying to pay them competitively. So. We put together a pay schedule, and what we did is to kind of clarify this, not to get too into the weeds. We took the incumbent pay data and the salary range data and used them both to come up with what we call this market composite. And the reason is we just get more data that way. The end, if you will, the number of data points goes up. And in some cases, we'll see with a position, we didn't have much incumbent data, but we had a lot of salary range data. And in other positions, it was the opposite. So we said, let's use it all. And so we took the midpoint of the ranges for the jobs and what the incumbents were paid and used both data points for the purpose of coming up with what we call the composite. It's just it's a richer view, a deeper view. It has more data points. And so we use that terminology composite, and we use those composites then to help build a proposed salary structure, which has now 10 pay grades. I think your PowerPoint might say 12. That's a typo. Sorry. There are in fact 10 grades. And each grade has a 10% differential in terms of value. So if this job's midpoint is 50,000, the next job up is gonna be 55,000, right? And the next one's gonna be 60,500, and just keep going up by 10%. So there's a consistent differential from one grade to the next. And think of it as you have this structure now with 10 grades to slot all your positions, and that's sort of the playing field you have to work with your salary administration program in terms of putting jobs in one of those levels. And over time, you'll create new jobs, and you might find yourself, going back and say, now what grade should that new job be in? Maybe you've got a current job who takes on new responsibilities and should be moved to a higher level. You've got that structure with which to work. We also put together what we call progression steps, if you will. So now we have a range set up for a salary range for each of these 10 grades. And we've also suggested that we give you we provided a step system that will enable you to make decisions on a regular basis about employee salary increase. It's a very common structure, particularly in municipal government. And it makes life easier for everybody, clear for everyone, both for those administering the system and those who are the recipients of the system. So I know what my salary increase might look like in the future because we've got this step plan. So as he said, we place jobs in the grades of the salary structure based upon what the market told us and some other internal equity considerations. And here's another important statistic now. So if you compare the midpoints of the new ranges we're proposing to the market composite, you're 2.3% above. So you're just a little past the middle of the market, intentionally so. And you might say, well, we want to be more competitive, and that's fine. We can just move all the ranges up by X% if you wanted to go higher than that. We tried to get you close to the market, close to the middle of the market. Again, I repeat, median. And so the proposed structure midpoints are 2.3% above that. We'd suggest to implement the program. Typically, the easiest thing to do is to take staff, put them in the pay grade that their position is placed in, and put them on the step that's closest to, but not less than, their current pay. So nobody goes backwards, right? If you're gonna get in the system, if you're gonna adopt the program, my job's in grade 6 and I should be on step 7 because that's the closest step to my current pay, but not less than. That's a very common way to implement it. It's the least expensive way to implement it. In terms of getting everybody into the program. But again, no one would obviously go backwards at all. So, and then we talked about administration of this program, and we'll look more in a moment about what these structures look like. but cover a few more points. One is this salary structure we're proposing needs to be reviewed annually and adjusted annually to the extent you can afford it, and the market says so. So on a regular basis, you should look at what's going on in the marketplace. How much are other townships, cities, whatever our market is, moving their pay ranges? And if we want to keep our ranges kind of where we're putting them now, near the middle of the market moves, then we need to move ours. And so on a regular basis, a lot of times it's thought of as this is sort of the cost of living. It's not the cost of living. Compensation people don't care about cost of living. I know that sounds horrible. What do you mean you don't care? Well, you know, what I care about is how much the market's moving. So that's what we're trying to do, is keep your salary ranges at a competitive level. So every year, in fact, you call us, we have lots of clients call us every year. And they ask us how much is the market moving, how much of the range is moving. And we give them that data, because we have it. It's information we buy. National surveys that actually look at the state of Michigan and look at government, and they'll tell you how much pay ranges are going up. So that's one important thing. You can't let these salary ranges sit static. They need to be reviewed on a regular basis. Employees should be eligible once a year for consideration of getting a step increase. So they actually get the step increase plus the scheduled increase. So if the step increase is 3% and you move the schedule up 1%, then they're actually getting 4. They would be getting, but again, this all has to do with couple things with employees. One, they need to earn it. So their performance should support it. I mean, if you have someone who's struggling, you shouldn't give them a step increase. That's the wrong thing, it's the wrong message, wrong thing to do. So they have to perform at a competent level. You know, we're satisfied, pleased with their performance, so they sort of earned the opportunity for the step increase. And then you have to have the ability to pay. So maybe in a given year, you know, the financial picture is such that we can't afford to give a step increase, or we can't afford to move the schedule. If you can only do one, I'd move the schedule. Keep the schedule competitive. Even if for one given year, employees don't get a step increase because for financial reasons, we just can't afford to do it. And that's an important message, because the first reaction employees will have is, well, this is my entitlement, right? Every year I'm gonna get the step increase. Well, that's the wrong, they shouldn't view it that way. This is something that hopefully you can provide, and hopefully they have earned. But there's no guarantees that there's a step increase every year. So just kind of an important kind of messaging, if you will. You should use these schedules when, as I said, you hire someone new, so we're replacing this person, this job's vacant, and we're gonna fill it. So what step do we start the new hire on? We're not big fans of formulas. Yeah, how much experience do you have, and we'll give you so much credit for this or that, and it ends up at a certain step. I wouldn't trouble yourself with that. What you should think about is the job's gonna be, this person will be in that pay grade 6, because that's where their job is. We'll put them on a step that's consistent with their experience, and what are we paying other people in the township now? So, for example, if you've got some really heavily experienced people in the township, but they're currently like at step 4, and this person's coming in with not much experience and they want to be at step 5 or 4. So you've got to think about that. Always think about internal equity and fairness. So look at the credentials that the incumbents have versus the new hire, should help you sort of drive that decision as to where to put it. But again, every new hire, that's a process you go through and look at and say, this is where it seems to make sense to place that person. And based on their experience and what we're paying others, if you will. And again, if you establish a new position, you need to go out in the market. What's this job worth out there? That'll help decide where this new position should be placed in your 10-grade structure. So if the market says we ought to put it at a 4 or put it in a 3, that's, yeah, let the market help you make that decision. And then think about the job in terms of other jobs and from an internal equity standpoint as well. But that's the whole concept of using this tool as your system, if you will, on an ongoing basis. And this is what many organizations do, and many townships we've worked with, how they administer their program. So we show the proposed salary schedule. And it lists the positions and how they have been placed. This is something you should review. You may have some different thoughts or views. Gee, I think that job should maybe not be in that grade, but in that grade, that's fine. This is our recommendation, but this is ultimately your system, not ours, so it's important for you to give that some consideration. And you see the pay ranges here that we have put together. These pay ranges are about 38% wide. Now we're getting more into the weeds, but compensation people like to talk about these things. So I apologize, but so where do we arrive at that? Well, if you looked at all the market data, and that we pulled together from the survey, we did an overall kind of view of how wide are the ranges for all these communities, and that kind of helped us. So 38% is in the neighborhood of the data we found when we did this survey for this project. And it turns out with having 12 steps, which is the next slide, and 3% step differentials, you actually get to a range with 38.4%, and that's where that comes from. And so we checked that number and said, how does that feel with the market? And it's fine. It's in line. You don't want to have it arrangement too narrow or too wide. If it's too wide, you're going to end up either overpaying or starting low, and if it's too narrow, you may be underpaying because you can't go to the higher level of the marketplace that you wanted to. So I think it's a pretty good, and most of the municipalities we work with have step plans, and they're typically around 10, 12 steps, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the step differentials are typically around 3, some are 2.5, some are 3.5, some are 4, but 3 is pretty common, and so it feels right. I think it'll help you again in terms of making sure you're paying people competitively. And now we're talking about actual employees. So that's a really quick overview. I know you have, there's more detail, I think, has been provided to you, at least a draft form or what have you, so that's good. And we'd be happy to take questions, or however you want to handle things.
So, I received a question from, I guess, 2 questions. I know you spoke with many of our staff, maybe not every single staff person, but I know there was a lot of meetings. What is the thought on having HR implement the steps? I guess in your professional experience, is it common for department heads or other internal leaders that aren't part of the HR function to help place people into grades and steps? Or is that normally handled more by HR?
Well, it varies. I have a bias. I mean, I'd let HR do it. I think that should in theory be the role in the organization that should come with objectivity and kind of township-wide perspective. I think if you ask department heads themselves, that that's a tougher challenge for them to be as objective. These are positions that I'm responsible for, and so it's natural, right? And so I think it's harder for them to be as objective. And so I sort of like having the HR department, and you now have an HR person. So, by the way, she's been fabulous on this project to work with, and she's and we took some curves along the way. This project took a little longer than we thought, but it's took a little longer to get going and get the comparables and get the data back, and then we went back and pulled more data to get more information, and so it just took some time. But without her, we might still be working on this project. So she was real helpful. But anyway, I don't know if I answered your question.
That answers that part. I guess obviously over the last probably 5 years with the post-pandemic situation,
right?
How much have you seen the market move on a year-to-year basis? I know it's probably hard to average the last 5 years compared to maybe the last 15.
I actually can get you that data. We have really good,
awesome
good historical data charts. It'll track, heaven forbid, the consumer price index, unemployment, how much have salary ranges moved, and how much have employee salaries moved, and those is a different statistic.
Yes, we would love
And
that.
so
That'd be helpful.
I have that for, I think it's 30-year period or something, but I'll send it to you.
I appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's interesting. But after COVID, when things really slowed down pay wise, it's picked up quite a bit. It's a very competitive market today. Salary levels are moving in all industry sectors, actually, not just in government or local government, but. It's, but the data, I think you'll find it interesting, so I'll get it to you. That's easy. I'll get it to my friend here, and she'll get it to you. How's that? Perfect.
You know. I don't have any questions right now. I just go to the others. Trustee Reed.
Just want to confirm. Our minimum are about 7% over the midpoint. Our
7% over the market,
market midpoint.
or market minimum.
Oh, I thought you said it was market midpoint.
Well. No, we use median data. But the statistic is the salary range minimum.
Okay.
And the market that we talk about is the salary minimum is median data, so what's the median value of salary range minimums?
All right,
The median value of midpoints, the median value of maximum.
that makes sense. In the proposed salary schedule, you suggested that we get new data annually. Should that be middle of the year, the beginning of the year? When is the best time to get the best information?
That's a great point. And again, when I say get this data, it's not about doing another survey.
No,
Where you're going all out and calling positions again. That's you don't need to do that every year, maybe every 3 years or 4 years or something, but so.
The percentage of change, I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah, so. It depends on. What data you want to use, but the data I was referring to, the survey comes out, the results come out in the fall. And it's projecting for the following year. And that's what most of our clients want, what's gonna be happening. Because what you have to figure out your time frame, right, when you wanna. Put these into effect, when you wanna update them, is it on, April 1, July 1st, whatever the time frame is. For you to think about, and then that'll help drive that answer, but. And there are other surveys, but the one we use a lot, and the results come out, I'm gonna say October. And I know it's around September, October, because Milford Township screams at me. I have to immediately tell them when it's out, because they immediately want to know the numbers so they can work on their pay rates. And I think I'm trying to remember, I haven't heard from them yet, but they'll be all be soon. That's, yes.
One more question.
Sure.
On the proposed salary schedule, where did the comps or the comparables for these minimum, midpoint, maximums for these 10 steps come from?
They came from the market data, and what we focus on was the midpoints.
And then you went down.
And then we built the structure, the steps around it. Because the market's about 30-some-odd% wide, and we said, we think 3% differentials and 12 steps is gonna get us the range width we want. So we really focused on that, on the midpoint.
Well, the question I have. The job description of our position might be somewhat the same or totally different than the data you're using for that position. So I'm curious, how do we,
So when we did the survey, we sent to the targeted participants a summary of each position here in Milford, or excuse me, in Scio Township.
Oh, okay.
And asked them if they had something comparable. It's not gonna be the same.
No.
And in some cases, they gave us some data back that we knew didn't make sense. I think we even highlighted that, you'll see, but there could have been a couple of those instances, or when it was a part-time, you got a full-time job, and it did. But they at least, and so we relied on them, and that's what we do. These other municipalities, again, mostly townships, to say if you have a job similar to this one, as we've described it shortly, we didn't send them a job description. They won't read it, they'll never fill out the survey. You gotta keep it simple for them. If you have something similar, you think similar enough, then tell us what you pay. And so that's, and then we would have followed up with some where we, had some questions about their data, et cetera, but that's generally the process. And it is important to emphasize that this is not, there's only so much precision to this. No two townships are alike. I know, I work with lots of them. They're all different. And how you structure and align responsibilities. And so the fact of the matter is, that's the imperfection you have to live with. But if you think about it, so that job over there, that accountant in that township is gonna be a little different than ours or what have you. But where might we lose someone? Well, we might lose someone to that township with that somewhat similar job, but not precisely the same. And so you have that's all you're trying to focus on. What's the market? Where can we lose people to or recruit from? And they have to be hopefully jobs that are similar, or they at least require some of the skills that you have in your incumbents here at your jobs. And it's not perfect. It never is. That's the imperfection you deal with in doing this analysis and building the structure.
Thank you.
Quintal.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your work. This is fantastic, and I wanted to have something like this in Scio since I got here, so this is gonna be a huge help to have a system. I have one question, is in implementation, and I've noted about 5 different implementation steps we have to take. I understand if there are positions placed in a grade and a step, where they might be moving up, maybe there's an adjustment. That's easy to do at the board table. In implementation, how do you recommend a jurisdiction if you've got somebody who is maybe too high? Obviously, nobody's moving down.
Right.
But what policy do you recommend in terms of, we have let's imagine that we, eliminated COLA, had a mandatory schedule increase each year, which would kind of take the place of the COLA. And then an optional step increase based on performance. Then what would we do if we had an outlier who was, I don't know how to say, but found through the result of this study, because there's a couple in there, making more than.
Right.
Yeah, so how does that, are they frozen out from those schedule increases? What do you recommend?
That's a great question. And so anyone whose current pay would be over the maximum of the grade that their job is in, you wouldn't cut their pay.
Of course.
But typically the pay is frozen until such time as the salary structure moves up enough, so they're back, on at least the top step anyway. There wouldn't be any step increase per se to give them. So that's a pretty common approach. However, and it's more so I find this in the public sector, in municipalities, school districts. I mean, I don't know, it's more of we want to do something for those people, even if they are over the top of the range. I mean, you could argue over the top of the range, you're getting paid really well, because that range is based on the market and your way, but. So I have clients that say, no, I want to do something for them. So they will give them the schedule adjustment. They might do it lump sum. So it's not, you have to re-earn it every year, so it doesn't get folded into their salary. I mean, if you keep giving the schedule adjustment, they're never going to get back in line. Or the range is never going to catch up with them. But, you might say, well, as long as this person's here, we're comfortable letting them make a few more dollars. I'd encourage you to have those situations be true exceptions and not many of them. Because if you have too many of them, then you don't have a system anymore, right? You sort of defeat the purpose of having ranges in the first place. But so I don't know, it's all different. I think, it's the cleanest thing. In the for-profit world, you'd be frozen, and we don't have any of these, that's the way it is. In the public sector, I don't know, maybe there's more kindness or something, but there's a want to do something sometime for the folks, and so. Those are things that we see that can be done, is, you know, or give them a half of a step increase, or, but again, you're just gonna continue. The matter until they're gone, I guess. So if you can, and I don't know, I'm not sure, there may be a couple, I'm trying to remember now, there aren't many in this situation, so that's a good thing.
And I just want, I think that the board, I mean, imagine this is gonna take us several meetings. And that I'm identifying, I think I've got like at least 5 different action steps we might take, you know? I mean, nothing tonight, and I'll defer to Aurora and Romberg, but we've got some policy to figure out about how we want to use this tool. We would have to first adopt the salary schedule, right? We would also have to place the positions in the grades and the steps. And then we would have to commit to how we're going to make any adjustments that become necessary by placing those positions, either market adjustments up or what we described, you know, freezing or something else for those, you know, to give time for the schedule to catch up to the incumbent's salary. So, I mean, I know we can do it. I just want to flag, it's going to take some deliberation and a couple of board meetings to make sure we're understanding the implications of everything. But overall, I think this is fabulous. I'm gonna help both internal equity, which we've struggled with forever here at Scio. And appreciate all your work on the job descriptions, and there'll be good tools for the organization going forward. So thank you.
Trustee Brandt?
Yeah, general comments. We have some positions that require minimum education levels and some that do not. And there's good reasons for those, right? So my question is, did Romberg capture education levels in the survey? Because it is significant if we're comparing one position that we might not have a minimum requirement, let's say a bachelor's degree, but other municipalities do have that. And whether there's, we have knowledge of that information.
So I'm trying.
I believe they were included in. Yes, we included education requirements and years of experience. That was required in those position summaries that were.
Yeah, that were sent out. Sorry.
Okay.
So, and now, again, so then the township city were to reply and say, you got a job similar, then tell us what you pay. We didn't ask them for more detail, like what's your educational requirement? If you ask for too much information, they won't participate. So we have to keep it at some moderate level. And again, we got 15, which I think is really good. Would have liked more, given we sent out the 24, but. So they were aware of the educational requirements here. We don't know what they are for their job. We don't know all the responsibility. Again, to do that, this project would take 5 years and the cost would be prohibitive, and you're probably not gonna be any better off anyway when the day is done, but your point's very well taken. And so and in fact, if there's some particular situations or issues you have about a position, we can go back and try to get you some data. Wouldn't go back and say, well, what was the education? I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of that, but there's some we could probably help you dig it up.
That'd be great.
Or Aurora could, or we got Aurora to do it.
Well, we can also supplement some of that research. I've been looking at different recruiting firms, and I've been looking at open jobs. And they stay clearly in there, so we could, if we don't have that, we could do some additional research. Go look at what's out there and you get an idea. Thank you, that's all.
Trustee Riser?
Thank you for all this data. Thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. And thank you to Aurora as well. You get the mean and the median, but why do you use the median rather than the arithmetic average of the mean?
It's a great question. Compensation people love medians. The principal reason we like it is it helps us get rid of outliers. So when you don't have a lot of data points, there could be a position in a municipality where it's really high or really low, and it will affect the mean. So the median helps temper that. And so it's a way to sort of sort out the real highs and the real lows. If you have enough data points, the mean and median are typically gonna be pretty close to one another. And it wouldn't matter, but, it's always our preference to use median for that reason.
And the other question I have, and maybe it's for you, Aurora, on this chart, proposed step schedule. If you were to take our employees and highlight where they would fit in there, do we know where we are on that? Where they all, it'd be interesting to see the distribution of
Yeah.
staff under this new construct and where they lie.
If you agreed for the moment, that's the grade the job should be in. Here's their current pay, where would they fall in this closest step scenario?
The board would have to decide that.
We can look at it, we could give you that picture if that would be helpful to you.
But we know who the proposed grade tens are and the grade nines and the grade eights are, and we know what their salaries are. I was curious.
Oh, of what they're, where their current.
Yeah,
salaries
current,
are.
not yet, currently, where do they fall in here? I guess.
Oh, what would be the closest step to what their pay is today,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm just wondering what that would look like visually. Are we,
Yeah,
are we got most of our folks towards step 1, 2, 3, or are there some, 7 to 9s kind of?
yeah. That picture is easy to, again, with some assumptions that you are comfortable with the grade that the job is being proposed to be in, and if that's the case, and before you made it, you can make great changes, but and do it as well, but with the current strength, yeah, that'd be easy to do.
I mean, just some color
And then you could,
highlighters.
you get a picture sort of it's the distribution of your salaries
that's-
and your salary schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's,
But you want.
we have.
Yeah, I want a picture.
You want somebody that.
Yeah, I want one picture.
Give it to me.
No,
You want the picture?
okay, no, thank you very much. I can highlight just as well as anybody else.
You've already spoken.
All right, well, if you want us to highlight,
No.
No,
we can highlight it. if you want.
No.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question. You have something? Okay, my turn. So when you looked at the the job descriptions, or you sent it to the different places for review, did you consider the size of the township, the population, the taxable value?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have questions for you because regarding going back to the compensation commission for the trustees.
Right.
Well, you have cities here, and we're not a city. And also, we are a general law township, and then there's also charter. There's charter townships. So there's differences.
Right, there are.
Yeah, and for example, Southfield Township, did you contact the different townships regarding the population?
We have in the detailed document an appendix that shows that for all of them. It shows the population, their taxable value, their general fund expenditures, revenues, total revenue. And all that, we got all that, I think, from Department of Treasury.
Mhm.
They can get that information.
Yeah, well.
We have all that
Okay.
detail.
Well, what I'm curious about is that you have Southfield Township listed and they have a population of 31. Not 14,000, because they have 3 villages within that township.
Which one?
Southfield Township.
Yeah, and so we'll check the data. I mean, that's. We double check this information a lot, but yeah, we'll look at it.
Franklin. Lathrop.
We can look at Southfield.
Have to look at it.
We'll check it. We'll look up Southfield Township for you.
Oh, I've already had a conversation with their supervisor.
Oh, so you know.
Verified, yes.
Yeah.
So that's why, and this was listed as a part-time, supervisor is part-time. Then also the clerk was only 30 or 86,000 annually. And the clerk in that township does do the election for all villages as well. But so there's some discrepancies here. Regarding, and when it came to the compensation commission, it was said that the data was good for the other trustees, but it was flawed for the supervisor. And it was based on that because we are a general law township, not a charter township, and there are charter townships listed here. So that's where I was looking for a general law township of our size and our taxable revenue, our income, and the one that was closest was, I believe, Byron Township in the west side of the state. They are just a little bit higher than us, but then we're in the top 86% of general law and at the top 56% of charter.
So
And
there was, yeah, I hear you. There was a lot of work done, and I think the board as well had a chance, did they not, to look at these targeted communities before it went out or no?
No.
So the,
I thought so.
No.
so myself and
Oh, sorry.
Rebecca Motti and Chief Hood met.
Okay,
on those.
I
And the
stand
reason-
correct.
And the reason why the cities were included is because that's who was indicated you would go to. So if I were to look for a job, I would not go to the other side of Livingston County. I would look around the surrounding communities.
Well,
So that's why
we're
when I'm,
employees, right?
right,
Which is
so
what
if
the
I,
whole thing is about.
Well, but
Right.
it was provided to the compensation commission to use as data.
that we had, yeah, and at the time.
And I would just
Okay.
And it,
ask, you know, that we get back to the agenda item at hand. You know, this is a compensation classification study. It appears to be for employees and not apply to elected or appointed officials.
Correct, the compensation commission already did that.
correct, but that's the point, is that it was used for the compensation commission. And it is different for the trustees than it is for the employees. However, they're in front of us now and we didn't have a chance to talk with them before, so. And trustee Reed, you had something?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
How did these positions get assigned to the grades? Or excuse me, how did the positions get assigned to the grades?
The market data. So if you, we talked about using that statistic, the composite. So it says take actual pay of incumbents and the salary ranges for the job, both the midpoints of those ranges. And so we come up with a composite value, and if you were to look at the composite values for all the positions, each, and then compare it to the midpoints of the grades they're in, they're very close together. So that's what drove it. With there some exceptions where we believe the position is not well aligned or matched with the market data. And in those cases, we're actually paying higher for the composites. There are a few, and we discussed it at length, and so, but by and large, for most cases, those numbers are really close together. We looked, that's how we placed them. The composite for the job is 65,000. What's the grade that has a midpoint of 65,000? Because that's where we want to place. That's what we did. That's how we placed. So the market data drove in large measure what grade a job would go in, intentionally. So that's so that we have a competitive pay rate for that position. Does that help or?
Trustee Noel?
Hypothetically, when I ask you a question, looking at this, the proposed salary schedules, what if there are two employees very close or exactly equal? And what if a majority of the board disagrees with the determinations? How is that handled in other communities typically?
So I'm not sure I understand.
The proposed salary ranges, if you have a chart.
Right?
Okay. And if you have two that are very close. How, two different categorizations, two different types of employees.
Two different types of positions.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I have the same grade. Here,
Yes.
but you think one
Same
should be
grade.
different.
And we look at it and we wonder, well, maybe that's different from the way we've been doing it. How is that handled in other jurisdictions? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, sorry, I'm trying,
Okay.
try me again, I'm not
You
sure,
try.
maybe they can.
If we don't like the XYZ manager in grade 6, can we just put him or her in grade
What
7?
grade you want?
Oh.
It's your system,
Okay.
I repeat,
Okay.
this is our recommendation, that's large measure driven by the market data. The market says that job should be, because the composite number for it is 58,000. So what's the grade that has a midpoint of 58,000 or closest to 58? That's where the job is put.
So.
In most cases, with a few exceptions, and there's actually in the more detailed document. That you'll see that there's a chart that shows you those two numbers right next to each other. But look at composite, look at range midpoint, and you'll. In fact, we even did a mathematical computation.
So what I
9%, 102%, yes, go ahead.
hear you say is that ultimately. The decision is made by the board.
Well, I think in the end, the board needs to approve it, whatever it is.
That's what I'm just trying to understand
Yes.
what you're saying.
I think, we think we've given you, our best shot looking at data, what we think it would make sense. And we did give concerned thought about internal pay relationships as well, so we're pretty confident, but. In the end, if you think there's a job that should be in a different grade, then you should make that decision.
Are you? And I do think we should have a conversation, probably not tonight, but maybe we could
Yeah.
each get our input, to Aurora. I think there's a lot to consider here. I do, wonder a little bit about a couple of the positions. It would be good to kind of, especially some of the open positions you'll see in our next agenda item, we're talking about recruiting for operations and finance.
Right.
For finance, we haven't had a finance director, before or not in many years, and certainly not with the job description that we put forth. So the finance director has more years of experience and more education required than any other position in this organization. And finding good public finance people is really tough.
Sure.
So I appreciate, how much does the market always reflect what people can get? Like, how far behind is the market data? Because everybody I talk to in public finance knows to get experienced person in public finance with a CPA or equivalent is tough. And I see people getting paid $150,000 in Pittsfield, $160,000. The CFO, finance director, is often the highest paid person in the organization. I'm just trying to reconcile that kind of anecdotal experience I've had with the market data that you have.
By the way, in Pittsfield's here at 150, if you honest look, I'm
Yes.
looking at the
Yeah,
finance record.
yeah, she just retired, so
Yeah,
we're probably
so-
behind.
And so that number, that median number for the actual salary is 109,000. And what is the midpoint for this job?
Well, we just posted it at up to 125, I think.
Is that the top or is that the?
That's the very top.
So the midpoint I'm just looking at the data we pull. I think the data is pretty current. The midpoint is 110, and what I just told you is 109. And it's a survey we just did, in the last 6 months or whatever, where we pulled this data for you. So I think that's, and the top of it would be 127 or 128.
So we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I think the irony of the data, you guys don't know this, but the city of Dexter incumbent moved to Pittsfield Township upon Pittsfield Township retirement. Which is two of the data points you have.
Yeah.
So at least one market factor shows there's a $30,000 jump. That's one piece of data.
Yeah.
Those are the deals I know
Well,
people are negotiating.
did that person get 150?
Yes.
Oh, they
Oh,
did?
yeah.
Or more.
They're getting whatever they want.
Oh.
They're getting
wow.
whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's close to home, that's close to home. But if you hire a finance director, don't let Dexter have an opening.
Yeah.
You know, and so, and then another thing for what, and that's, you know, the data we think is pretty current. I do. And we can go back and see the newer numbers right now, but it's. You've done just one comment, because you might hear this from employees, so this is trying to help you out now, because they may come knocking on your door with. I think I should be in this step or this grade or whatever.
That's better.
And so,
Yeah.
because so-and-so pays this much.
Yeah.
Well, you can always find some data point somewhere that's gonna pay a lot more, and you have to blend it all. What's the market, a little more broadly? Let's look at 10 townships, not one. Or whatever we can do. So it's for what it's worth. Will come up.
Mhm.
And so maybe Dexter really is a little bit of an anomaly, but it is compared to the other data we've looked at here, but. So, should you compete with Dexter? I mean, that's a decision you can make. You wanna pay that much or not? I suggest probably not, but. Because if you do that, what about all the other staff that, compensation is an art. It's not an exact science. If it was a really exact, simple science and I'm an engineer by background, so I mean, if it was something like that, you wouldn't have to hire consultants, because part of this is the art, and how do you deal with the art and create the picture and think about all the variables and dynamics. And you've got them. I mean, and it's they're real and they exist, and so anyway. But yeah, back to it's ultimately it's gotta be your decisions, right? We'll help any way we can.
Does anybody else have anything?
Thank you.
Okay,
I do have
Thank you very much.
I do have a question though, does your firm look at benefits
we do,
in different municipalities? And
we do.
maybe that's something we should consider in the future.
Yeah, if you want, there's actually some reasonable data out there already. There's been compiled, so we could do some simple analysis. Wouldn't take a lot of effort if you wanted to kind of get a feel. It may not be as detailed as you want, but the Michigan Municipal League puts out a good survey. Results, we've got them, we have the most current. So. If you would like something like that, let us know, and we will get you these charts. But we gotta get them, it's from World at Work, it's their charts. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Both for all your work.
No, great to see you all. Good luck.
Appreciate it. And Aurora, what's our next step?
Yes. So, our
On
next
this
step
item.
is to decide if you agree with those salary ranges and the steps.
No. Say that again, Aurora. Yeah, there you go. Or
The next step is if you, decide as a board, if you agree to implement the salary structure, so the grades and the steps. And the placement of the roles. So that would be the next step. To make a decision on that as a whole.
maybe the next meeting or two.
Yeah, I would make a motion, to have at least, that decision and any related policy decisions on the July 22nd agenda. I mean, that is, if there's enough time. I mean, I would imagine each of us has a lot of questions for Laura. To maybe kind of follow up on certain things. But it does seem to me, it's a complex question, but it's kind of one that we need to look at. Make decisions on altogether. How are we gonna use the tool? I think we need to answer at the same time as adopting the tool. I don't wanna adopt the tool and then have hanging out there a question of what does a step mean?
And along with, I had mentioned this, an effective date, so anyone that we're moving to that next step. An effective date for that movement to that higher salary. Or however we're
doing that, because I do believe that there's probably one or two positions that we will need to have, more than one step. That I would recommend a placement of more than one step. There might be 3 to 4 steps moving into more of the middle of the range. So that's another consideration that we would need to make.
It would be ideal to kind of get it all together and kind of, you know, handle it at one time. I mean, effective date, one effective date.
Should we have a work session?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, do we feel like we could have all the information we need and deliberate as a group? If we want to, I mean, develop the policies and get it all done.
You said you thought it was gonna take 2 more sessions.
Yeah, I think it could take 2 sessions iterative, or we could do a work session. I mean, as Kathleen says, it's just all these pieces are interrelated. I don't feel right about adopting a schedule without also, you know, kind of deciding on placements and then what the steps and the schedule each mean. Like, I don't want to adopt a step and a schedule and then have our staff wonder, well, what does this mean? When do I get the next step? We need to adopt a policy for that as well.
Correct, and keeping in mind also the effective date of the COLA for the employees who have the upcoming 1-year anniversary.
And that would be helpful information for the board's deliberation.
Yes. So I can make sure I have that.
We would decide, I think we've decided to get the COLA for this year. It would be a policy decision. But to Aurora's point, for those who are going to get their COLA this year, it may impact step adjustment. Going forward, we need to decide if we continue COLA or if we just do step.
Which means we have to do performance appraisals.
Which
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
started,
Yeah.
that process has been initiated.
But yeah, but performance appraisal is dated in a way that everybody feels confident that they're being done consistently and properly enough that it's reliable information on which to base something as important as it is. I mean, I think we could have a work group. I also think we could have, you know, a couple of us. I'd be happy to volunteer, just 'cause I'm interested in this stuff. You know, but maybe a couple of us could work with Aurora, and kind of bring the rational next step to the board. I don't know.
Would that be the personnel committee?
You'd be good at this, David. I mean, a lot of people would be good. I'm just saying you have experience with it. It could just be, you know, we could have Ryan, Aurora and Christy work on it.
Sure.
And come back with the draft policies and, but it's a whole schedule. I mean, I really think the board needs to handle it comprehensively.
I agree.
So does that mean we have a work session or we'll just do this at the board too?
I don't know. What do you think, Ryan, Aurora, Christy?
I think preliminary, we should probably sit down together. And then go from there, because I know from my observation, there's probably going to be at least a couple of things that I would recommend. Outside of just like, let's say, move them up to the very next step. There's probably going to be.
Sure.
So 1 or 2 jobs that I would recommend a different placement. So we could take a look at that as a whole, see where everyone's placed, do John's highlight on the scale, just on the scale. And go from there.
But we'll also have to decide on the classes.
The classes, right, the
The kind
structure,
of fundamental structure before we start using it.
right, if you agree with the steps and the grades. And the salaries that fall within that.
When you say we, you mean
The board,
me?
the
or
board, the
you
board,
say-
the board.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure.
Oh,
the same board.
Yeah. It seems like about 3 to 5 votes of the board that was it.
Well, you wanna start the process and I come back with the next, what?
We can do that.
Certainly,
Okay,
follow up at the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Well, Aurora, you're still here, I'm still here, yeah, so.
Because I gotta go, when she's talking, I gotta go to her when they use someone's back and forth.
Oh. So the next item for the Aurora, discussion only, recruiting search firm recommendations for operations director and finance director.
So I'm open to any suggestions. I know I only indicated 2 of them because those were the 2 that I definitely got this is what the cost is and we could do something, just let us know how we can help. Unfortunately, the other 2 consulting firms, do not have the capacity to take on another client. But I know there are more search firms out there. So if an RFP is approved, then that's what we could do, or I could reach out personally to other ones and then come back with something.
Is there a place where would you post an RFP? Is there like a central where the firms would look at? Or would you have to reach out to the firms?
So I would do the RFP first, get the approval from the board to do that. And then do a document and probably have MML or someone like that post it. So post it out there and also on our website.
Okay.
And
Flintoff?
I would be comfortable with for this purpose, because we want to keep it moving, an informal process. Our procurement policy, does that in $25,000 and up, we do a formal RFP. But I would also be comfortable with Aurora, given her expertise, like calling and just finding informal quotes and bids and just trying to generate some more options and bring her recommended proposal back to the board.
Are you saying you want more options for firms? Is that what you said?
You mean instead of the 2?
Yeah.
And the one does finance only, and MML, I don't know if they do finance, do they?
Yes, it's an
They do?
executive
Okay.
search, so.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, is there one of these that you're recommending tonight? I thought we weren't quite there, but.
I don't think we are.
Okay.
That's fine. I just, from your questions, it sounded like you were going there. That's why.
No, I was just saying, I don't know that that it's necessary to take the time to develop a full RFP, have another 30 days before we have, firms back. I think, I'd like to empower Aurora to, pick up the phone and generate some best idea and come back to the board.
Yeah, I wonder if we could, I know there's other finance recruiters, especially in the for-profit world,
Yeah,
people
that's
like
right.
Robert Half, et
Right.
cetera. So I don't know about operations director, we might have to do some digging.
Right, and they may be separate.
Yeah.
So
Which is-
one consulting firm may do just finance and another one will do the operations.
Kathleen, did you do some research?
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you said that. You
There you
share?
go.
Yeah, a couple of angles, we'll call it. I should. My, somebody's trying to change my content. 2 angles. I went out and looked at jobs. Okay, it's like, okay, we know we have finance director, we know we have director of operations. And I looked at where jobs are posted, and I also looked at recruiters. So those were the two angles. So I think we could improve, maybe potentially improve where we post. For example, the city of Novi posts in all these places that I looked at, that they've got them in, for example, the local government Hispanic network. There's the League of Women of Government. I know I have some other ones here, but to think about broadening where we post. So we get more eyes on it, and then broadening the recruiters. And my thought process is finance really different in private, that much different in private versus public? Because I'm seeing so many things that are exactly the same. You have a general ledger, you have payables, you post to these different accounts, you have project management. So what are the real differences? And maybe there's not that much difference. Go ahead.
May I?
Yes.
And I've asked for advice from people on this too. You know, the people in public finance say public finance is essential. So there's FASBs and there's GASBs.
Sure.
There's just separate standards. And it's fund-based accounting, but a good accountant, a good finance director could learn that certainly budgeting isn't different, you know, I mean. And so I've been advised, my inclination, Kathleen, has always been that a great person from the private sector could totally learn to do it. That's always been my feeling. But every time I ask somebody who's in public finance, they say no, Jess.
Well, that's, you know.
But I mean, I'm happy to go with my gut.
And I feel the same way. So there is a firm in Detroit called JFS Partners, and they focus on attracting financial talent.
Oh, cool.
So just make suggestions like that. I did look at Robert Half. I don't know if I really saw that much that was compatible. So two things, broaden our communication and if we're not doing an RFP, then, you know, you can do an outreach to these firms and evaluate if you think it works or it doesn't work. And I would trust your judgment.
There been any municipalities recently that hired a finance director? Does anybody know?
Scio Township.
Okay, and how did they recruit and hire?
They coached from Dexter.
I was gonna say abducted, post is a better word.
And Dexter has had a few. Chelsea, I mean, people, it's a tough market. A lot of places are in the situation we're in where they're contracting out for some of the higher level services. I mean, that's becoming more and more common. Ann Arbor Township has done that for years.
Washington County is even contracting for ARPA compliance.
Yeah, right.
ARPA reporting and compliance. Washington County is usually a contractor for ARPA reporting and compliance. The finance department doesn't have anything, but.
I believe that Celine and Chelsea are looking for some managers.
Yeah, there's a couple,
Yeah.
communities nearby that are seeking the finance.
Okay, this was labeled for item type as discussion only, but there's a model motion, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that would be the direction we wanted to take, so I thought I would put the motion in there.
Thank you. Well, my opinion is let's get started on this ASAP. So. How do we, this model motion says approve a request for proposal for, but we don't want to do that. What was the
You wanted to
recommendation?
maybe just, maybe, by consensus, we could just ask our HR manager to, broaden where we post and also broaden the recruitment firms based on trustee grants, recommendations, and return to the board, at the next meeting, if possible, with a recommended search firm or search firms to engage in the recruitment of an operations director and finance director.
I'll second it.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? None? Motion passes 7-0. Oh, Did you?
I said aye.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah, I didn't.
Then motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Aurora, thanks for all your work. You did a
Thank
great
you, Aurora.
job.
Good night.
Thanks for that.
I'm gonna wait for some. Okay, 05 is tabled. 06 is possible action consideration of offer of agreement to Downtown Development Authority to share captured assessed value of villages for parks, fire, public transit, and open space preservation.
Thank you. We discussed this, so I'll give just a last time brief review. The proposed agreement is voluntary, would have the DDAs return to the township the captured assessed values of taxes for the 4 special villages. Parks, fire, transit, and open space. As part of it, and Mariah would like your opinion on this, if not tonight, later. The township would agree to dedicate these return funds to each of the special revenues funds. For the purposes, so we would promise to use the open space portion for open space, fire, etc. Further, that the township would agree to publicly acknowledge the downtown development on any township plaque or sign on any major capital projects made possible through this agreement, including but not limited to Fire Station 2, any new preserved open space, a new park, or any acknowledgement on public transit. Those would be 2 proposed, I think important things that the township could offer that don't currently appear in the draft agreement. I don't know if they would be in the agreement or elsewhere, but that is my proposal at this board to meet. We all recognize that the federal government has largely ended its investment in open space. The RCPP is gone. Dr. Berry today is certain. Hicks, the USDA grant might still be there. Certainly, there's not going to be more funding for parks. And I think, climate change is not going anywhere. It's incumbent on us to invest as much as we possibly can in the preservation of our open space and parks. Our public transit fund is in a pickle. We've been briefed on that. We all got an email from Marie Gress about that, and Rebecca Maudie is going to work with her to propose any necessary budget amendments on that front, but we've got a problem on public transit. So thank you to Plant Moran for the projections. You can consider it cost savings, the terrible formatting of them. I thought of you, David. So let me just bottom line it. This agreement would, if both parties agreed, it would return a total of 7.7 million to the township. 5.9 million of that would be for fire. Our entire projection for the second fire station is based on this money being included. That is why it's so important for this township board. If you recommend empowering trustee Brandt and trustee Reed, my recommended messengers to the DDA to go forth with this, it's important that we kind of know if this is going to be up or down by before September 9th, when the chief plans to bring proposed funding back, because we need to kind of know where that stands. The others, it doesn't have as big of an effect, but it is relatively significant. 506,000 extra dollars for parks. That would do the upland sidewalks. 665,000 for transit would help with the deficit. It would not resolve the deficit. So I want to be clear. It would help, but not resolve the public transit deficit. And conservation certainly not necessary. Except that we wanted to conserve as much as possible, so 621,000 more. Brian Kamiller has found that under the agreement, the DDA would have no financial trouble in giving up the 4 villages, looking at debt service, all the plans, including anticipated capital plans. So with that, my recommendation tonight to the board would be to appoint trustees David Reed and Kathleen Brandt to present and discuss this proposal with the DDA and to return to the board with a recommendation of next steps by July 22nd, 2025. I understand they would need to request being on a DDA agenda, meet with DDA members individually. Certainly, Ryan and Jillian are briefed and familiar with this proposal. I know informally there's been some conversations.
Oh, wait.
Well, I think it would go a long way if the board apologized to the DDA for ripping apart their budget. The 4 DDA members were livid with what we did to their budget, and we were not allowed to remove their line by line. We were supposed to approve it or reject it and send it back. And I'm concerned that this is going to, that happened, and then we're gonna go back and say, hey, we want to have an agreement to ask or have this money, and I'm in favor of this, by the way.
Oh, good.
But I just want to be clear that they were livid. And I would suggest, instead of Kathleen Grant, because she was in charge of the budget, and she, along with you, went line by line to remove it.
We all voted on that, Jill.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm sharing what the DDA had discussed. And the DDA attorney said that we were not allowed to remove line by line. It was either reject or accept. So I think it would go a long way if there was an apology. So,
Can I ask a question?
sure.
Ryan, what was your perception on the DDA's response to that?
I would say the DDA was, there was definitely unhappiness. I don't think it would, I think it would help, you know.
When you say it would help.
I think it would help, bend the bridge, so to say. I don't know if it's absolutely required, but I think it would help.
If that's the case, then I would just propose that this board, hang tight on this item and we go to 07 first and then 06. Because it seems like 07, I thought that was the budget amendment conversation,
Correct.
which seems to be the one we're having now. Would we switch the order?
And I did suggest that earlier today. And
Yeah,
we didn't think it was.
I don't think the matter or managed, but we can certainly go to 07 and come back to 06.
Is that okay, just so that
I would approve the vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there consensus to discuss 07 and then come back to 06 and that might add clarity?
Trustee Reed?
For clarity, DDA works for us.
There is.
Or are they like the road commission, an entity unto themselves?
No, they're in between, but what is your question, Dave? I mean, can we go to the budget
Yes,
amendment?
go to
Cause it's Ryan's item and I think it, Ryan?
All right, sorry, I'm pulling it up right here. It's voting for me. My computer died.
Ryan, I have a printed copy.
No, I finally got it to pull up. It just was loading for a minute. So on 07, you're gonna see the adoption of the amended Scio Township DDA budget. The Scio, giving background, Scio Township DDA budget was adopted with line item removals at the March 3rd, 2025 Scio Township Board meeting. Scio Township DDA has met multiple times since that time. After discussion deliberation, the DDA approved, the current budget proposal at the special meeting. Sorry, I spelled that, special meeting, and that they now are requesting that the Board of Trustees adopt the amended budget of the Scio Township DDA. There's a resolution that's attached, that's simply a pro forma resolution that Rick Flintoff writing for budget amendments. The other document that's attached to this item is the DDA budget detail. This was the document that was adopted at the DDA meeting. There was one change to this document. You'll see a notes column on the far right-hand side. Those notes are my own, and those notes were not on the approved copy that was part of it. They were simply added to provide additional clarification as to why things were changed. And from what account they may have originally came from or what they changed. I'm certainly happy to walk through it line by line if you prefer, or open for questions. Thank you.
Ryan, could we first, just look at the resolution as proposed, because I think what we need, clarity on is how much, deliberation we are to have on this. I would say now therefore be it resolved, I mean, so for starters, we've always adopted the DDA fund at the fund level, Fund 494. So we've never adopted a line item for department level. This would amend the township's budget. I have not asked our township council for a legal opinion on any of this. So what is being represented as a legal opinion is that of the DDA attorney to the DDA.
Correct.
I don't intend to begin spending township resources on this question here because I don't think it's that important. That said, this resolution would continue to amend the Appropriations Act of the township that adopts the DDA as a fund, just as we do the Parks Fund or any other fund. So one thing I would add, Ryan, and I mentioned this earlier today, as reflected in attachment A, I would suggest adopting Fund 494 at the fund level. Just to be super clear that we're continuing the practice of adopting at a fund level and not inadvertently suggesting we're going to be appropriating at a line item level, which would give the board much more control over the DDA's budget, which is not what we're intending.
I support that.
Okay.
I think that also would, to an extent, resolve the question that was brought by Supervisor Geary.
We've always adopted at the fund level. In the special meeting, we all had discussion and about certain line items. And we all unanimously voted to remove those if we weren't supposed to do that. You know, certainly I would be interested in knowing that for a fact. I would apologize. Certainly wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. That said, I would like to get into the notes because if my memory serves, Ryan, part of the questions were around DDA oversight of the water and sewer system, extension of the DDA, things that actually are very much township business. So if you could take a little bit of detail, that'd be helpful.
So starting at the top, on this document, you'll see 494-000-825 landscaping. This is to be budgeted at $150,000. It was originally split between two accounts. This is just combining those two accounts. 87,000 one account, 63,000 another account per the notes into one main account. This is a bookkeeping and administrative cleanup. So that really is no substantial change. The next item now is consultant fees. This specifically is consultant fees to pay towards attorney, DDA life extension, Jackson Road Boulevard improvements for the final phase from Baker Road to Parker Road, thank you. As Citizens Council for DDA life extension, which would be part of that extension process. This item was removed to zero at the March 3rd, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. The DDA has discussed receiving a proposal from Carlisle Wortman, the DDA attorney, and others to explore the DDA extension. The final phase, Jackson Road improvements, and the Citizens Council is part of that process. open to feedback on this item. Think it might have some questions.
We have to have the citizens council.
Is it not, Mariah, the board's decision whether to the board and DDA collaboratively would probably be best, but. And if you don't know off the top of your head, it's okay, but whose decision is it to renew a DDA? I believe it's the township boards.
Yes.
And do you know if it's the township boards alone, or does a subcomponent unit such as the DDA have to reauthorize itself?
That's a really good question. I don't believe the DDA has to reauthorize itself. Generally, you would dissolve a DDA when they had finished whatever the purpose was.
Right.
So,
I believe it's 2031.
I think on this process point, however it's done, it really seems to be something that must include the board somehow. So what are your thoughts on that?
I would agree. I think it process wise needs to include the board. I think the DDA going and gathering information at this point and having capacity to do that is important, because if we don't have some sort of basis to begin the discussion, then it'll never happen. Certainly I don't expect that to take the whole funding amount, but I also think the DDA, as having many business owners in the community, tends to be, but not always, but tends to be more often than not fiscally conservative, and would be good stewards of the money with the appropriation and not spending it. And certainly if approved, I think we could have a conversation with DDA and come up with a plan to.
It's an inclusive process.
Yeah, I think so. Great, get that accomplished. Any other questions on that item?
I just want to make a comment, whether I'm involved with this or not is not an important topic. The DDA is using an attorney who, if you even look at his webpage, this is not his skill set. So I'm not excited about using an attorney who is learning as he's going. Because that's exactly what's happening. I've been watching the DDA meetings. I would rather the DDA picked a different attorney who is actually skilled in this area.
Unfortunately, that's not a call though.
I
We can make a
can share that
recommendation.
the DDA has been exploring using another legal firm. But one of the considerations was the amount of budget that was available.
It is budgeted by fund.
Yes.
So should the DDA want to move around any of the $+ between loans, it can. It is not controlled.
I will,
Have a fund.
I think that's something that's gotten confused. I will remind the DDA at our meeting on Monday.
Yeah,
And I think we potentially could seek new legal counsel with that reminder.
and it is adopted by fund, has always been adopted by fund.
And sometimes I think it just gets lost in
Yeah.
translation coming from the board, where we work in this all the time, to working in with a lot of really great community volunteers, but people that aren't familiar with how
Absolutely.
the working process is.
Right, and that was why it was recommended for the DDA to hire an attorney to explain the statute and how this works and.
Sure.
And we're always building up from line items, and we can kind of then, it does get lost, right? Sometimes how we budget for it.
Absolutely.
This budget just shows expenditures, there's no revenue.
Correct. We're not proposing changes in any of the revenue line items, so I did not provide
My question is, you know what the revenue, the annual revenue is approximately?
approximately 2.3 million, maybe 2.4.
So $1 million more than we're spending.
Correct. And we also have substantial cash reserves of approximately $5.5 million between cash and cash investments, and debt currently outstanding of about $3.5 million.
Is the bond, that's like the
Yes, This year we're paying off, just as.
1.2.
Yep.
1.2, we got 2.2 remaining, page 2 of the financial projection from Plant Moran. So when our interim finance director believes that all the funds will be in better shape, in fine shape with this agreement.
Is that been posted? That done?
Yep.
It was part of. It was the second post of the budget or the packet?
Yes.
Okay.
So. I'm happy to keep going through the line items if people have other questions or.
No, this this has the DDA's buy-in.
Yes, this was adopted, the DDA's came. Yep.
Can we move this and vote on it? Cause I support.
Okay, yeah, I would,
Okay, and who,
if you move it, I would support it.
I hereby move the model motion to amend the budget of the Scio Township DDA as presented in the resolution approving FY 26 budget amendments dated July 8th, 2025.
As amended.
Amendment.
The resolution as amended.
Thank you.
And I would support.
Thank you, guys.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Can we do roll call?
Sure.
Sure.
Flintoff, yes. Grant?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Basil?
Yes.
Resolution adopted 7-0.
Okay, then back to the 6.
Mhm.
I think you're in the middle of the comments, Jen.
Oh,
Good memory.
regarding,
06.
yeah, 06, but
You said you supported it.
But with an apology, and I don't think they're gonna really care about a township plaque, but I mean, we can, offer that to them.
Well, I thought it was a nice acknowledgement, because this is really
No,
for
it's
example,
fine.
the fire station. Number 2, it would be a joint DDA and township investment. I mean, that's a
Fine.
pretty cool
It's fine.
thing for a DDA to be able to do.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying.
And
I can have an opinion.
I'm all about bridge building and having better relationships between boards, commissions. I don't know if an apology, a formal apology is the best way to do that, or if meeting with them or relationship building through, I don't know, through meetings, through outreach. I support the concept of repairing a rib, perceived or real. But I just don't know. I mean.
We have 2 overlapping members too. I mean,
Right, yeah.
would-
Yeah.
John Ryan and.
I'm not
Jody.
opposed to an apology, but I'm more concerned with the fundamental relationship and working better together. And if it takes an apology, so be it. I'd support a motion of apology, although there might be better ways to repair that relationship, build on the relationship.
Mhm.
Do we know that the relationship needs to be repaired?
They were pretty angry.
So Ryan, the budget amendment that we passed. I assume that was one of the requests from the DDA.
Yes,
Okay.
I think that is a positive step.
Yeah.
And
Because certainly we
working
didn't
relationship.
know, we certainly did not know in our discussion and the unanimous vote that all 7 of us took. So let's be clear.
Yeah,
We did not know, and if we misstepped, certainly, I think we all apologize and would regret, stepping on anybody's toes. We never been provided information or counsel, otherwise that's always how, we had adopted it as a fund.
Mhm.
I don't know that. We've certainly never been advised, otherwise we can, in future budgeting processes, treat the DDA budget differently.
yeah, I mean, even 07 says township or the DDA budget was adopted with line item removals at the March 3rd, 2025 Scio Township Board of Trustees special meeting.
That is Ryan's description and that is accurate. But it wasn't adopted with line, it was adopted by fund
It was
with
adopted
line
by.
item removal. So that's where the confusion is coming, folks. The reality documented at every single step is that the DDA budget was adopted by fund. That we discussed and removed line items does not mean we constrained their budget by line item. I
Correct.
appreciate that what they're saying is, hey, if we, present a $1.5 million budget, then we can either accept or reject it, and I
Yep.
understand that now.
Yep.
And we can't reduce it to 1.4, but it is something that none of us knew when we unanimously voted to do that. So I don't think it's.
I think after reflection, I think that resolving the budget and now having it approved would be is a positive step in the right direction. And I would just at this point move a motion, but welcome to hear other ideas.
Which item are we moving?
We're
Oh,
up.
Oh, six, we already voted on.
But weren't there some tweaks that, I guess, weren't there some tweaks that just suggested regarding, I don't wanna say naming rights or don't we wanna.
Acknowledgement?
Oh,
Acknowledge, don't we wanna earmark?
yes, John.
I earmark the parks, they don't wanna, I assume they don't want Parks and Pathways to go to Parks and Pathways and et cetera, and so
Yeah.
we.
John, if I could, because you raise a great point, to discuss this in the model motion, if we could say to discuss this proposal, including the background contained. And then, I assume, and by that, the background contained the two requirements that, we would spend the money for that purpose, those purposes, and the joint acknowledgement. I just think that or we could just ask Mariah to revise the proposal before our delegates go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we also owe it to the voters if we're gonna take Parks and Pathways and fire and transportation farmland to make sure it gets spent on those
Okay.
categories.
Then John, should we maybe just add, under background, I've got two sentences there.
Is article,
Does that capture it?
no, I'm worried about not capturing in the background, I'm worried about capturing it in the
No,
whereas.
I agree.
Now
John.
therefore, not the whereas, it's with the
I
now
was-
therefore.
Could we add the two concepts in the background there and ask our attorney who
To
drafted
incorporate them?
this to update the proposed agreement to incorporate those 2 points?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
That's good,
And
I
like, and is the naming or the acknowledgement, like. Is it just for the fire station? Like, I can envision the park that's adjacent to the DDA being called DDA Park or
Sure.
something like that.
Sure.
Park and station,
Yeah.
it's right, it butts up against the DDA.
I described it as any major capital projects made possible through this agreement, including but not limited to Fire Station
Okay.
2, a new preserved open space, a new park, or any acknowledgement on public transit.
Yeah, I'm not moving that it be called that, but I'm just open to outreach with the DDA and acknowledgement on the DDA. That's what I
Great.
say.
Mariah, would you be able to edit the proposal with those two?
Can I ask Mariah a question on this agreement on page 3, 2.6 notices? The last sentence. Confirm if this is correct. It says any such notice given by mail or air courier should be deemed defective. Should that be effective? Upon 2 days following the date?
Yeah.
It's just a semantics, right?
No, yep, it's a good point.
Well, are you eliminating the notice, or are you?
I think it should
implementing
be
the notice?
effective, but I'm not clear.
Let's defer to our attorney to
Mhm.
double check and correct that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good catch.
Jessica? I didn't download the updated budget or the updated packet. I downloaded it on Thursday. what is what is the millage contribution to the DDA for parks, fire and bus?
So, each year it's about 8.4%. So for, open space, it's 70,300. For transit, it's 48,790. For parks, it's 90,000 a year. When fire starts, because there is no capture, because it's been an SAD, this would be a millage, which would prompt capture. It's over about 430,000 a year. So in total, David, over the period of each millage, so open space ending in 33, transit. Yep.
My question is, if Kathleen and I go to Kathleen and I go to the DDA, we're gonna ask them to basically triple their contribution to the parks, and double their contribution to us.
Well, no,
Because they're already contributing 40,000.
well, that's discretionary, per their
This year.
budget. That what this agreement would be to voluntarily return the amount captured. So that's on that front page of the financial projection. So over the period of time, we're talking about 7.7 million total. 5.9 million would be newly captured fire money that would return to fire.
But I'm just saying, looking at it from the DDA committee member, board member, he's gonna, he or she is gonna say, we're already giving 50,000 for it. And you wanna take up 90.
Well, the 50,000 has not come to parks. The 50,000 is budgeted and certainly will come to parks. And certainly that is a consideration for the DDA. I think that this might kind of fundamentally reset, the DDA. They might think about things differently. It's up to the DDA. The DDA might, I don't know, but if I were a DDA member considering this agreement, I might say, hey, I'm gonna agree to this, but, don't send me your parks director and your fire chief asking for little bits of money here and there. This is it. I'm doing what I'm doing for parks, open space, fire, and transit through this voluntary give back. But I don't know. That's what I would consider as a DDA now.
That's fair, I agree.
Yeah.
But the first one's gonna be hard. To convince them to do that.
Well, and I think, why I think this is a good idea community-wide is it's more efficient. And we are promising to dedicate, and it really is a way for the DDA to meaningfully invest in parks and fire and open space and conservation. All the meanwhile, when the DDA can use the rest of their funds and time and attention to develop, all the things around economic development. So I think it's a win-win.
So let me ask, if they agree to all of this, or one of them, whatever, let's say, hopefully they do them all. Would next year they get their capture and then they put in the budget returning the capture? Or how would that work? Because legally they get the.
That I need to work through with our township attorney. I think that functionally, if I have the clear agreement, I don't have, when I do distributions of taxes, I don't have to distribute to the DDA. We would just distribute, for example, the Parks Fund, the full amount to the Parks Fund instead of pulling back capture for the DDA. I think we can work through the implementation
But
of this.
don't quote them on that. We don't
No,
wanna.
I was gonna say.
I think we can work through the implementation of this if it comes to fruition, whether we give it to the DDA, they get cut back, or whether we have to do something else. I think we can work through it one way.
But not tonight.
But not tonight, not at 11 o'clock.
But it's surmountable.
Okay, I think it's a surmountable problem.
I withdraw the question.
Okay, so where are we?
Moved in second.
There's a motion on the table by Yeagle, support by Flintoff, with the friendly amendment, by Riser that would direct our township attorney to add the 2 conditions, in the proposal. And so the motion would have trustees David Reed and Kathleen Brandt represent the board to present, discuss this proposal to the BDA. I thought it was important to have two other voices, since we already have two voices on the BDA, like wearing two hats, to have two people who are not. Both David and Kathleen have a comprehensive understanding of the needs of all four of these funds, as well as have, you know, successful long careers, in business. And so I think, we'll do a fine job of connecting individually as a group, whatever's needed to kind of get the conversation started.
Is there a potential FOIA if not OMA?
Forum?
Yeah.
The DDA meetings are noticed already as public meetings, so I believe, John, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You know, if 4 members of the board show up at a publicly noticed meeting, I think we're cool.
No, but so when David and Kathleen have conversations with DDA, individual DDA members, it just has to be, if they choose to do so.
Sub-one.
It has to be sub-one, that's all. Okay.
Yep.
Has to be what?
Subform, like Jillian,
Oh, yeah. Right.
Jillian, you. And Reed and myself cannot have a meeting, which makes sense.
That's all.
That's not necessary.
I would, ask for a vote. Would call the question.
So is there an apology or whatever of olive branch included in, is that what you said, trustee Riser?
I think there should be an olive branch, and that going forward in like 26, 27, or 25, 26, that we will endeavor to work cooperatively with the DDA in the budget, and we won't do it the same way we did it, but we'll do it differently going forward, prospectively.
Yeah.
Maybe David and Kathleen
Can convey that message.
convey that this board did not realize what the potential implications of what we were doing.
Right.
And we did not intend to affect
Okay,
them.
and Ryan and I can say the same.
And I'm sure you already have.
Okay.
We
Well,
were
it
doing,
was-
we were doing to their budget what we did to everybody else.
No, no. Okay.
Yeah, and again, and I would also just, you know, yeah. Okay, so I'd like to call the question,
Support.
the motion and support to call the question. I'm gonna ask for a vote on that, gentlemen.
What is the, okay, so, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes 7-0.
Oh, okay, I thought that was the call the question.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's close to 11:30, long day.
Could we do a roll call vote on the substantive motion, please?
Okay, what is the motion?
The motion is to appoint trustees David Reed and Kathleen Brandt to represent the Board of Trustees to present and discuss this proposal as revised by the township attorney after adding the notes in the notes in the first 2 sections of the background to the Downtown Development Authority, and to return to the Board of Trustees with a recommendation of next steps for the Board of Trustees on July 22nd, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Barry,
yes.
Gable,
Yes.
motion adopted 7-0. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, 08, discussion only. How township can better support legal defense in state versus Cary. Oh, and there needs to be some corrections in this. There's some dates that are wrong.
Okay, I prepared this. What are the corrections, Jillian?
We'll have the way file the police report on November 16th, 2023 at 4:04 p.m.
So it's the 16th, not
Yes.
17th.
It was the day after.
Thank you.
Prosecutor filed a criminal case on June 12th of 2024, not June 14th, 2023.
Okay, I was just going from the court record.
And Supervisor Carey took a polygraph test on September 11th, 2024, and passed.
Are you asking that
That needs to be included because the township paid for that.
Are you asking that that be in the record of tonight's meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so this is my item. I appreciate, it's uncomfortable, and something that I've set forth for discussion only. And I sincerely, mean what I have said here, is that my hope is that, board members have taken some time to think creatively about how we can, address some of these issues. I want to say, first and foremost, we all have an interest here. The township has an interest in making sure that our supervisor is supported with quality legal defense. This is a terrible situation that Jillian personally is in alone. It's a horrible situation for the township, that the township residents and are being dragged through. And I know that I speak for all of us, when, we all wish this were different, this didn't exist, this wasn't happening. I would just say that. Now, the township has an interest, in ensuring quality defense, and I also want us to kind of review. I did my best to detail all the actions the board has taken to date, so that we could start thinking through what other actions we've taken. I know as a board, we've been able to take some actions individually. Many of us have taken actions. Certainly the township has, been responsive to every information request from the prosecution and from the defense. I know personally, you've each, tried to help in various ways. And, none of us have control or knowledge about where this will go, how long this will go on. So I would also just remind us that, it is an open criminal case, because I ask all of us to try to be very careful not to speak about the case itself. And Miranda, if you could, holler if there's anything that comes up.
The gavel, can I get Jillian's gavel?
No.
What gavel?
Okay, great. So I just want to back up a little bit chronologically, because certainly I wasn't here, the way that Jillian and Ian were at the time that it happened. I was on the receiving end of the email, and so certainly, have fully accounted for all those things and shared all the, voicemails and emails and everything around that time, with Jillian and her counsel. I just want to reflect that, when that happened, I'm going to say a couple of things. I believe Jillian is innocent, and I always have. I have a lot of information. I certainly don't have all of it. None of us do. But I continue to believe Jillian is innocent. I also believe, I know that, in this criminal justice system we also know and fear how innocent people get convicted all the time. It's America, okay? And that's a fear where we want, to make sure justice is served that is out of our control. I've heard 6 of 7 people on this board openly say, these charges never should have been filed, these charges should be dropped. And I do want to reflect about what happened, and thank you for correcting me, Jillian. It was on November 16th that Will went to the police. I want to just share based on my personal knowledge, that was after our IT director had told Will and me nothing nefarious had happened. That was after I had emailed back that night, looped in Chris, said, hey, Will, obviously you're having computer issues. I think you're logged into too many things at once. That was after Fran Zuma had notified Will Hathaway regarding the errant calendar invitation that morning as documented. And that was after Ian Hubert, as he's reported to the board, sent the detailed explanation. So that was Will's decision. Will did that. He acted alone. I don't quite remember how I found out about it, but I remember being shocked. And I remember grabbing Mariah and Joyce and sitting down in Joyce's office and being like, what are we gonna do? I crafted the motion, you know, I didn't tell Will about it, I didn't tell John about it, I just brought it to the meeting and we passed it. And the reason for that, my intention was for the township, and it's detailed here, to conduct an administrative review so that the township starts documenting the township's story of what happened. That culminated in the N1 Discovery Report in the special meeting that we had, as you remember. And then concurrently during that time, our township attorney was going to the insurance company. May 22nd and July 11th were the two times we received denial of those claims. Because certainly, you know, and one of those dates was before charging, and one of those dates was after charging. And that was purposeful. I know that Mariah filed twice to see if that might make a difference with our insurance company. I want to also thank the board at our last meeting for pursuing the attorney who specializes in these issues to see if we might ever be able to recoup anything from insurance. You know, thus far, it looks like no. I started bringing claims for payment with Kathy Knoll on October 22nd. And each of these, you know, unprecedented, but kind of navigating through this process. We have budgeted for this. We have paid bills. The statement to date, you know, is 181,605 that we've reimbursed Supervisor Carey for legal defenses. And we have 5 invoices outstanding, which I know are being reviewed and we'll get to us shortly. We'll have more resolutions for payment to bring to the board. Beginning on July 1st, per the resolution that we passed on May 13th, it'll be 1 invoice, but there's a lot of activity. I don't know where we're at. We know we're at 180,000. If I had to guesstimate, I'd say maybe we're at 240,000 in expenses today. I don't know yet until we receive the invoices, but we're at over 180. And I think there's two thoughts I've had is one, what can the township do to get back to that idea of an administrative review? After we had that N1 Discovery Report, Mariah and I had drafted, I never brought to the board table, a resolution to say, hey, case closed. It's in the words of Jonathan Greenberg, a nothing for, right? We didn't bring that. I had opposition from Will from bringing it. Certainly by that time, the criminal case had progressed to the point where it was kind of unclear how much we wanted to say. But I'm wondering first, you know, can we get creative about what the township can say? The township starting to tell the story and make sure we're kind of documenting everything we have to say. Is it still helpful to have kind of a township statement about, you know, this, you know, certainly the township didn't go to the police. The township suffered no losses. That's part of why the insurance denied it. And so I just wanted to revisit, we never actually got to the purpose of that administrative review in quite a full way. Is there still any value in kind of our putting together our findings? So that's one part of it I wanted to discuss. And maybe it's just too fraught with an open criminal case, and I don't want to screw things up for anybody. And I know that's why we haven't done that, but I just wanted to put that out there because I think that, you know, there's a lot of indications. I know Will, you know, acted on his own behalf. I mean, and here we are. And I'm just, I don't know, just for discussion.
You want to start here? Down at that end, or this end?
Step down with Riser.
Why don't we start when people are ready to speak?
Okay, trustee Riser.
This is to encourage quality legal defense. Encourage quality legal defense of the supervisor. To me, it somehow suggests that she's not getting quality legal defense. It seems not an indictment on her defense team, but it certainly seems pejorative in nature that we want to encourage quality legal defense. Who doesn't want to do that? I frankly don't feel comfortable or think it's appropriate discussing another attorney's strategy. Like, if he asks us individually or collectively for help, then we can respond to that. But to my knowledge, neither of the attorneys has asked us for their help. I certainly don't feel comfortable or think it's appropriate discussing a pending criminal case in a public forum. But like this is entitled, How Township Can Better Support Legal Defense, and the specifics say encourage quality legal defense of the supervisor. I think if I were Mr. Bellotta and Mr. Is it Chuckton? My apologies for not knowing his name. I'd be offended at the notion of this unless it's something they asked for. So, there is my discussion. I yield the floor to the next trustee.
Trustee Brandt?
I'm not ready to speak about this one.
Ms. Wilburn? Sure. Treasurer Yeaple?
I'm not ready at this point.
Trustee Reed?
Also, what this administration review is gonna find? I mean, what are we looking for these people to do? I mean, go over the evidence and,
No,
okay, tell me what, in your
No.
mind, what is an administrative review?
so I'm just going back to the one small thing we could do at the board table that we have never did after that M1 discovery report, which was to state the township's position about the administrative review. This is not related to the criminal case, but we did that M1 discovery. And then we never said definitively from the township's perspective, it's a closed matter. I don't know if that helps. I don't think it can hurt, but I don't know. We had the M1 discovery, we had a pending resolution. I never brought to the board because it was so fraught with the prior board. I don't know if it's a, feasible idea. And would defer to our, attorney in private, but I'm just saying that when we first did this, and then the criminal case picked up and took up steam in a way that was surprising and, unfortunate. But in between there, David, in November to April, like between April and before the charges in June, that period of time, we contemplated bringing to the table a resolution that says, hey, here's the township's position on what happened, not the criminal case, the township's position on the administrative review. Because what M1 discovery explained very clearly was it was most likely technical, all these things that we know. But the township has never said that. And so I'm just wondering, is it helpful for the township to express its opinion?
I think we're a year late. I think this should have, like you were trying to do, should have done in April. It might have given the prosecutor a second thought of, well, if the township doesn't care,
Right, I mean, that's the message, what you just said right there, that
but it's too late.
yeah, I know, because of.
And I'm not sure if us saying that would muddy the waters.
Yeah.
I don't know, John, would it muddy the waters? Forget about, I'm sorry, Mariah, our township attorney, John. Would it muddy the waters?
That is actually a better question for trustee Rice.
And John? You're back on.
We're gonna create a hearsay document that may or may not be admissible in a court of law and may or may not help. If Michael Alado wants this from us, he should ask it from us. I don't wanna go off half-cocked on anything. So, I mean, I'm staying in my lane on this, and my lane is to stay out of the criminal defense and let the experts handle it. We're paying those folks a lot of money, and they're getting experts, and they're doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes that we don't know
This is
about.
just
So,
political. I'm
What's
just
that?
saying, would it politically help? I'm not talking about providing anything unrequested for defense. I'm saying the township's perspective. This is the whole thing, John.
and I don't know if it would politically help.
That's what this is. You keep saying something's been requested by the defense attorney. It's not at all what I said.
No, but we're offering to help to encourage quality legal defense. Discuss how the townships might better support Terry's defense, and
Yeah, and I just gave you my
quality
first
legal
video.
defense. I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry, I know others want to speak.
Trustee Riser, you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Trustee Brandt?
Yeah, I would like to talk about this when, I worked very hard trying to get the previous board to do exactly what you're saying.
And that is true. And you pushed me and you were right. And I couldn't get over the internal barriers. So I apologize.
No, I'm not.
No, but I mean, you were right.
I'm trying to state my position right now. I always thought it was a good idea to send a message, go on the record to say what this board feels about these things. I still think it's a good idea, to go on the record. As you said, it's not gonna be presented to the prosecutor, but it certainly, sends a message to the public about what this board thinks about these charges. So I'm supportive. I always thought it was a good idea. I'm the one that got Will to admit that he did this on his own.
Yeah,
So,
you did.
you know.
And it's well documented, thanks to you.
And so we got Will to admit he did this on his own. Why can't the board weigh in on his actions?
Question, if you have a motion already crafted, do you still have it?
Yeah, I mean, it's outdated, but it's a resolution. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm just talking about this conceptually because people just may feel that it is too fraught. We will get, some real talk from our township attorney after this meeting.
What, the reason I ask, we don't need to do another administrative review. You already have the motion.
She's
Correct.
I don't believe you were asking for another administrative.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Oh, this is $10,000.
David, that is the motion that we adopted and that we carried out. And it is, but I included it in there, but then, of course, we deferred to the manager. And to work with the IT director and township attorney to figure out what that would look like. And I stayed away from that in order to, not interfere. I've been the one to receive the email. I let them do what they were gonna do. I felt it was best to keep some distance from it. That said, it was done in a way I would have done differently. I wouldn't have just had a technical review. I would have, done a kind of more comprehensive review of here's what Chris found, here's what Chris said, this is what, here's what we know. Remember Mark in the first couple of days, Kathy, there's been a breach. There's been a security breach. And I'm like, no, that's just not true. Stop saying, and so, again, it may be just water under the bridge. I'm just saying politically and for the public, it is awkward for this township to be having this going on about our township supervisor, about an event that happened in Township Hall, happened or didn't happen, allegedly happened, filed by an individual who is formerly the township supervisor. So maybe it's fine to stay silent as a board on it. Maybe that's better. I just wanted to make sure we're doing that deliberately.
I would be more comfortable staying silent at this time. For multiple reasons, but I mean, there is criminal action.
I know, it's
proceeding
wrong.
here. Many members of this board were not members when this happened. And I don't know, I just think it's fraught with potential problems, and I don't know what the positive effect would be at this time. But I thought when this was put on the agenda, I thought that the goal was to have a general discussion on the attorney fees. And so maybe that wasn't the goal, but, so I was surprised by kind of the wording and that was in the packet. So. Yeah. Yeah. Because we can't weigh, David just said, I mean, we can't weigh in with our opinions on the adequacy or inadequacy of defense.
Yeah, and those words don't appear on this packet.
Okay, I know,
So,
but
I mean,
it is kind of the implication.
okay, and I apologize for that. You know, those are my words, but, you know, John has suggested I'm offering Bulata advice. I am not. So I apologize, for that. But I will say, you know, the township is supporting the legal defense financially, and that's our role. We're not advising the legal defense. It's not our attorney, it's Jillian's attorney. It's Jillian's attorney that she selected, and it's her call about how they proceed. I mean, we're paying for it,
Yeah, we all know that.
so.
Anyone else? Are you ready? Are you ready to go? Yes.
At this point in time, I'll say that I think I'll say these charges are absolutely ridiculous, should be dismissed immediately. The prosecutor should not be a prosecutor in the state, should be disbarred, my personal opinion. Frankly, I do have a question, because this document did appear before us. Can I ask who provided it?
Who else? Who
What
got
document?
This document.
Oh, that Kathleen.
And I'm okay with that, I just didn't know who it came from, I mean, it is, so the document I'm talking about for people that are still here is an economics of law survey results document, it's a study of different street billing rates.
I provided this document. This
Okay.
is great. This is a survey that, are we done talking about,
Yeah,
that
was idea one.
Yeah, okay. This Michigan State, the State Bar of Michigan does an annual survey. On attorneys by county, by field. By type of case. And I believe that this information is used when there are disputes about reasonableness of attorney fees. So this would be the source if we were able to reclaim anything, this would be the source that, one of the sources, I don't know, maybe the only source, that a court would use to determine reasonable fees. I wanted to share this to show what the survey shows. In Ann Arbor, the type of case, criminal felony, Washtenaw County.
I mean, I think that, you know, I certainly don't know, I appreciate that, I think, we have to talk at some point about the fees. We don't know, I'm glad we're pursuing Ravi Hamawi for insurance. I would imagine if there were ever a determination of insurance reimbursement, there'd be some determination of reasonableness. Right? I don't know, what it would be. I also know that as we all do, the hourly rates currently are sky high. They're extraordinary. They're unlike any we've seen. And, you know I'm hearing from people like, why is this costing so much? And certainly one, we can't control the case. And we have all expressed, there's options, the township can assign to an attorney, or the township can pay for an attorney. I feel like it's important for Jillian or anybody in your situation to be able to continue to choose her own attorney. So we're paying for an attorney, but that attorney is charging, 2 and 3 times the normal rate. And that's my understanding, and I would defer to Mariah or John about how people normally do it and things. I know it may not always be hourly, but at some point, we're not gonna get any of this money back, is number one. Like, I think
Reasonable, yeah.
reasonably. Now, I hope for the best with our attorney, but reasonably, the township is not going to recoup any of this money. So what can we possibly do? We've got a good review process. We know more invoices are coming. When they come, I'll present them to the board for payment. But this is also extraordinary. We can't keep going. I mean, we're gonna be at $250,000. We're probably at $250,000. And so I don't know if it's a dollar amount or what, but we need to do something. Like this is not, I don't feel that we have to pay, should have to pay, be in the situation where it costs the township taxpayers this much to properly defend our supervisor. And the sky's not the limit. The federal government is collapsing. We're all gonna experience these cuts, and I mean, $250,000. We're at preliminary exam, so we need to have the courage to have this conversation and figure out, is there something else we can do to control costs while still responsibly supporting the supervisor's defense?
Have you talked to him about whether or not he or they would take less? Has someone broached the concept of it? I mean, rather than rail about how much it costs, I mean, I appreciate that it costs a lot, but I mean.
You mean, it would be Jillian who would have asked that. You're saying someone, so I think you should ask Jillian.
No, I'm not gonna ask Jillian about
Okay,
her
well-
relationship with her attorney.
Well, nobody else has talked to her attorney, I would assume. I mean,
We're not engaged, we're
no one's engaging with her attorney, John. I mean, I don't know. I'm just for clarity. I think it's a good idea, but when you ask someone, I mean,
Those who are most interested in keeping the cost down on this board I mean, if we're worried about the cost, like, hey, we're going broke here, can you work with us? I mean,
That's a good idea.
you know, but.
Well, I might present a suggestion.
All right, try. Well, I would say during which we've discussed at this board previously, trying to come to an understanding earlier this year. You know, I would be interested, and certainly if the attorney says no, I respect it, but, you know, I think at this point, the attorneys have had substantial billings on the case, seeing if they would be willing to, you know, either come to a set price agreement for different stages of the engagement, or if they'd be willing to negotiate a lower hourly rate, just because, you know, they are working, they're working diligently, they're certainly executing a strategy, but it is costly, and we're, you know, not a for-profit corporation or a billionaire. Just, we have taxpayer funds, and we have to be diligent, even though we want to provide the best, you know, support we can from our position, which is not the direct engagement with this legal firm. But we still have to be responsible with public funds.
Okay. So how would we engage in that? I mean, appropriately.
I don't know if we can engage in that appropriately. Certainly we could ask Supervisor Carey if she would be willing to discuss it with her legal counsel, and if they say no, I think that's the limit of what we can do, but I'm open to other folks' suggestions. There's something else we can do that I'm missing out on.
I have an opinion. This is my opinion, okay? People should not be slaughtered for having an opinion. If you have a different opinion, good for you, but this is my opinion. We have new information that we got about this. In my opinion, I don't believe that Dykema is the most ethical entity on the planet, based on the information we got that documents that Dykema had agreed to get out of this case, and that it would be handled by Michael Bellata. My opinion is that Dykema has been milking the township. This is my opinion, based on these rates. Mark Checkout does not, I don't see anywhere in his background that he handles criminal state felony cases. So my opinion is that he is not necessarily the best. I don't care if he went after Kwame for corruption. This is not a corruption case at all. So based on this new information, and I have seen the email that Mr. Checkout sent that explicitly says they were dropping out, and they did not honor that.
That is not true.
I have seen the email. Please do not interrupt me. I have seen the email. It exists, where he agreed on his letterhead, his signature, that they were bowing out. So my opinion is that we should not be paying Dykema to be involved in this at $750 an hour. I believe they are not honorable in this representation.
And what is the hourly rate of Bovada again, Mariah?
$6.50.
$6.50. So Bovada $6.50, Dykema $7.50.
And those, okay, I'll just focus on Dykema because I don't think that they really approach this ethically. Compare Dykema to the reasonable, to the rates that the State Bar of Michigan presents. And he's like 3 times as much. I would ask the supervisor to no longer engage with Dykema. since they have already stated they would, that Michael Bellata could handle this case. I've read the email.
Please forward that email to me.
I'm not gonna forward you the
Okay, then I'm
email.
not going to believe that email.
Well, I've seen it. It belongs to, Steve Gillis.
No, it
If you-
doesn't.
If Steve Gillis wants to share it with you, that's his choice.
So I think, you know, what we're talking about here is there is some actions Jillian can choose to take or not choose to take. Okay, we know that, and that's her prerogative. And then there's some actions the board can choose to take or not choose to take. So I do like John's idea of, and you know, John, I believe from the description, you know, Ryan, you know, and Mariah and Kathleen, you know, that was part of the attempt earlier in discussions with Jillian, that process of a draft MOU, trying to come to some understanding of putting some parameters, understanding around it. That in that process, at least, I believe her attorneys were engaged indirectly. Maybe we can ask our township attorney to engage with her attorneys. I don't know if that's a bad idea. Maybe what we should do is, you know, we can come up with another written, you know, proposal, a draft agreement, like we did with the DDA, and try to present it as a township. But I'm open to ideas, John. I mean, I think you're on the right track. I just don't know. It's not.
I don't know if that was a track or track.
I won't call it a track. It was maybe a piece of a track.
I mean, it was just a.
But how do we have not engaged her attorneys. We've engaged the supervisor. We reimbursed the supervisor. We have no relationship with these attorneys. So John, I really don't think, I think what we have is the statute, which is we can appoint an attorney and pay for that. And Jillian can choose to go with that attorney or stick with her own attorneys. I don't like that idea because I believe she should be able to pick her own attorneys, as anybody in that situation should. And then the township can, you know, could encourage her attorneys to charge her less by our reimbursing her less. We can reimburse less and make it clear to the attorneys that we're only going to pay X dollars an hour, whatever that is, or Y dollars a case, or not to exceed. But I truly believe, and I mean this sincerely, and you can snicker as much as you want, but truly, you know, and I worked for a public defender's office for 5 years, and I saw some of the finest attorneys. I can tell you what people get paid to be a defense attorney does not make, you know, for a great outcome necessarily. There's so many variables. And so I truly believe that the township can weigh our fiduciary responsibility here and not just have this, you know, we could be at, you know, easily, you know, $750,000, God forbid this goes on. I mean, we have no control over, financial control over this right now. We've got to do something.
I have a question, Julie. Is there a delineation of the breakdown between your two attorneys? Who's doing what?
Yes, they don't do the same thing unless they are interviewing somebody. Or certain tasks, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't.
Yeah, point of order, I wouldn't want
No.
to delve into defense.
And to be clear,
I
I'm trying to understand why she needs two attorneys.
Well,
That's why.
Kathy, I would say from a policy perspective, like, we
I-
have addressed that, starting July 1st. The township, to get in alignment with the statute, we are reimbursing for one attorney.
I know.
If they are collaborating, they would demonstrate that through a joint invoice.
I want to share, I believe some board members have seen the email I referenced where Dykema found out, and just for the record, this was June of 2024, after charges were filed, when he made that statement that Michael Balotica handled this.
Excuse me, you said that board members have seen this email,
I believe so.
but I
I
haven't,
believe I've seen it.
but I haven't.
I haven't seen it.
So the board members can see it, but I can't.
It's not my email to share.
But it, apparently it was shared.
I don't have a copy of it. I saw it on someone else's.
Is it appropriate?
It doesn't matter.
No, it's not
It
appropriate.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you need to see the email.
Yes, it does, because
Well-
that wasn't the agreement that I was part of.
Okay,
I'm,
I'm trying to get reasonable costs for the township.
Okay.
That's my,
Yeah.
that's my duty.
You know, and it's my duty as well. And I did ask for legal representation when this happened. And I was denied it. So
Jillian,
also I have one,
Who were you
One more.
denied by? Please be
I
specific.
asked Joyce
Joyce is not an attorney.
and Mariah. And
Mariah, did you say no?
Well, I can't represent her in this case.
And could you
So yes,
please,
I did say no,
yeah, that makes sense. And you can't represent her because, just for the record.
because I represent the township.
oh, right, but I asked the township for help with this case because it happened when I was in my duties. And actually it was Mark Chuckow who said to me early on, your township may have a director's, the director and
Director to officer policy.
officer's
I remember
policy.
you saying that.
Yeah, and so he encouraged me to come and ask, and I did. And they
And-
said, no, we have no policy. This is after an investigation. There was no policy. And then what about insurance? So that's when Mariah went to the insurance company asking.
Mhm.
And they said, no, we aren't going to cover this because there's no charges. Once she's charged, then we will cover it. And then they,
No, they
No.
did not say that part. It's in the record. We've all read it. It said. And it was, the claim again was filed after charges. That's why I pointed that out.
no, that's what I was told, and I believe
Well,
it may have been Joyce.
There's what is in writing. Mariah, do you want to
No.
speak to this?
That they weren't going to cover it because there had not been any charges filed. They said they also didn't think they'd cover it because it didn't look as though there would be a loss to the township, which is what the insurance is for. And they said you can resubmit after, if charges are filed,
Fair.
which we did.
Which he
So
did.
that's different than saying it would be covered. They said resubmit. So
Well,
that they could look at it
And there
again.
are links to all of this that the board has had multiple times because it is important that we're precise with these facts.
well, okay, so, but back then is what, by saying, okay, we're going to, if she's charged to reapply, kind of insinuates that, oh yeah, this could, that was my understanding.
For the record, from the Tokyo Marine initial decline of coverage, the notice alleges that Carrie was questioned by the Washington County Sheriff's Department and retained legal counsel. The notice alleges that no charges have been filed, but the case is still pending in the Washington County Prosecutor's Office. By way of the notice, Carrie is acquired from MTPP, Michigan Township Participating Plan, whether her past, current, and future legal fees could be covered by MTPP. The preceding, or the following paragraph in bold, it is MTPP's understanding that this matter has not resulted in any civil suit. This understanding is incorrect. Please immediately advise the other side.
Civil suit.
It does not speak to criminal at all.
Because that's generally the barrier for insurance companies.
The insurance policy also covers indemnification and also criminal.
And that, Jillian, we are spending $10,000
Yeah.
on a special attorney to look into
Right.
this on our behalf.
Yep.
And so I'm sure will do a great job. And so I just want to go back to, we're talking about your legal fees. You have chosen extraordinarily expensive attorney. you have chosen those attorneys.
And how did that come to be? That she
And,
chose?
and so I just wanna say one thing. I just wanna say, Jillian, when you say the township denied you, and, you know, the township had nothing to do with choosing $750 an hour attorneys. That is a fact. That's what I want to be clear on, and Jillian, sometimes when you say, but the township did this, and Joyce said that, and da. It's like this, it is as if you are blaming the township for a $750 an hour attorney.
It's not.
And that's not fair, and I don't know how
you're
good to be.
you're
you can ask.
putting words in my mouth.
Okay, it just.
So,
And I didn't choose them, they were recommended by Steve Gillis. And because he is the one that put in the bill in the beginning, so he hired them based on recommendations from his attorney.
Okay.
Okay,
And Steve Gillis acknowledges in his own words that Dykema said they were bowing out. It's in the letter that's in the packet,
what packet?
today's packet.
There's a letter now that I'm not allowed to see?
No, this is the.
No,
recent
it's
Oh,
at
his email.
so.
Okay.
This was a discussion item, and I think we've discussed it, and I think we're kind of going a little bit far afield of what it was intended to be a discussion item on. It was how it might better support Supervisor Carey's defense, and now we're going a little afield into other matters, so I would move that we adjourn after hearing from a public comment.
Well, we have another agenda item.
No special meeting.
Oh, the special meeting.
There's no session. I mean, I would just say, unless there was a second for John's motion,
Well, we have another agenda item.
I would just say on this item, you know, we have here, the real ideas, the actionable things that the board is in control of in ways that would help us control this expense. There's so much out of our control. Okay, the court, the prosecutor, who the defense attorneys are, dumb luck, all of that is out of our control. Here's what the board can do. Is the board can appoint an attorney, a different rate, come up with an attorney. The board can reimburse Supervisor Carey for a reasonable rate, whatever that is, or fee or parameters. Hopefully with some concurrence and agreement from her attorneys, that they not bill her so much. But that's the reality. I mean, those are the hard options before us, and I'm wondering if we want to, you know, ask that our township attorney look into both of those and come back
I think so.
with some
I like that.
potential options, but I just, before we just adjourn and let this hang out for another $200,000, Don, I'm just saying what is in this board's control is very, very little, and I think there's some ideas, unless anybody else has any other ideas, I think those are the only two things the board possibly could.
That feels a little bait and switchy to me, because it came to us as an agenda item, as a discussion only, and now we're talking about taking action. And
No, I'm not discussing taking action tonight.
okay, I thought there was a motion coming where we direct something to do something. I thought there was. I mean, if there's an action item, there's an action item, we have that, that's our prerogative, but it was, you know, like I say.
John, John, with all due respect, what is your solution to the money?
So here's what this is, this
The
is
money
buyer,
from-
this is a buyer's remorse. We were all behind Jillian and we wanted to defend her, and when that first bill came in, we said, yep, we got her back, we're behind her. And now we've got buyer's remorse over the law firm that we decided initially to compensate, or law firms we decided to compensate. And we've got ourselves in this pickle, and I appreciate that it's a hell of a lot of money, but I mean, I don't know, the horse is out of the barn and it's a wild ride. We
But
appear to
it's
be
not
on.
out of the barn.
I disagree that, shit, what did you say? Sorry. I should.
The horse,
the half,
Buyer's remorse or horses out of the barn?
I disagree with buyer's
Yeah.
remorse. Now that I have knowledge that Dykema wanted to get out, and now I have that knowledge. I believe they are very unethical. This is my opinion. I've asked supervisor to do something about it. It's her choice, her attorneys. I'm not keen on appointing because it's her choice. But I don't believe I can support continuing to pay Dykema.
I would like to get through the last preliminary part, which is on August 12th.
Well, you know,
And move on.
I don't understand, and I'm not gonna get into defense, but I'll just say if it was me and I thought the prosecutor was corrupt and I thought the judge was corrupt, I don't think I would have spent $250,000 and not even get to preliminary. I believe I would have said, let's go to trial, let's get different players. And this is where I think it's on. It's not buyer's
No,
remorse.
it's not buyer's remorse.
It's. In this case, I don't think the
What
quality
makes you think we
attorney
haven't done that?
is Dykema.
And I want to respond to John, on buyer's remorse, as the person who had the courage to give you buyer's remorse, John, in authoring that first resolution. I'm just saying, it was very deliberate. Kathy and I spent a lot of time, and it was, and I'm sorry for all of the $750 an hour attorneys for giving advice. You could have Googled our very helpful online code of ordinance is that your clerk maintains, and Google indemnification and found it. Okay, I stumbled upon it looking for something else. I was like, hey, Mariah and Jim, hey, Jillian, there's this thing, this is the authority to use. Okay, so, but in crafting that, certainly, John, I was concerned about where this could go. I have no idea where it was gonna go. I was hoping it never would have happened, John. I was hoping it would have been done months ago. It's not. But the resolution, as written, everyone I've introduced and that you have supported, John, states, does not make any future commitment.
I agree with that.
And I appreciate you may feel a personal commitment to continue paying, and there is a legal defense fund that is a personal commitment. I do not believe as policymakers, we can take actions that just say, oh, I feel like I owe someone money in the future. That's not how government works. We don't do that for a staff person. We don't pay them salary before they've worked it. We don't pay contractors things. And so each resolution is for reimbursement of that. I mean, every time we decide that, we go through, it was kind of like the criteria that Mark Altamari suggested. But it's in the actual ordinance where we say we find, she was acting in her capacity. We do this and we're paying this one bill, period. We're paying this one bill, period. We've never promised future payments, and that's because, it's not because, we don't want to, it's because it's not our money and it's not our right to do that, John. It's our responsibility to figure out how to responsibly manage this, and it's a horrible situation.
Can I ask a quick question of Mariah? Do you see any other options for us besides the two that Jessica and maybe Kathleen have articulated?
I'm not prepared at 12:15
I know.
in the morning on a Wednesday to continue this conversation. If you want my opinion on anything, it's that we should move on. We should go home.
Yeah.
And we're not getting
I
anywhere.
agree.
So, sorry. Okay, sorry.
But I wanna, at some point, I mean, maybe you have individual
I'd
conversations.
be happy to explore that some other time.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Actually, I appreciate that we are doing a hard conversation. It's the taxpayers' money. We have to be responsible. And for the record, I don't think Dykema is a quality company.
You said that 3 or 4 times in.
Because
Could
it's.
we please move
it's my
on?
opinion.
It's already almost 20 after. And we have one more call for special meeting, Dickinson Wright. Dickinson Wright and the Works Department strategy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so, quickly, good morning.
Told you to bring breakfast.
There you go. I have a day old table in my office. This item, there, we have a legal opinion from Dickinson Wright that the board needs to consider. Is material is exempt from public disclosure, under the Open Meetings Act because it is an attorney legal opinion. We also, during a discussion about the assistant parks director position that was on the agenda tonight, the parks director, the office coordinator, human resources director, and I had a really great conversation, worked well to create this job description. But the question came up, what is the strategic vision of Scio Township, the board of trustees, for the parks department? So that way we can determine that this is the correct adapted job description to move forward with them. So I just asked that if we could have that meeting ideally during the workday next week would be preferable, but I'm open to suggestions from people on scheduling. Thank you.
Do we want to hear from the PPP committee about parks visioning as well, or not? Do they want input? Are we, or no?
This is the board's decision.
I know it's the board, but do we want to hear their input is what I said, not their input, or no?
It's a good question. I guess, Christie, I also had a question that's unrelated to this. Are they having the meeting today? They have a meeting at 4 o'clock today. It was on the schedule, but there's no agenda. And I know.
Well,
I
would assume Murphy would
It
have
was
handled
canceled.
it.
It was canceled at the last meeting.
All right,
Well,
so I need to
that-
take the meeting down then.
Yeah, this is these are to take one.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
good. But
It's
I
just a
mean,
data point, that's all.
it certainly is a good question, but in the interest of moving the item forward, and keeping to the schedule that, the internal working group worked on in order to develop this position, John, I don't know if that's gonna be an option or not. I think it's a good idea, but, we committed to try to work through this process in a relatively expedited manner on behalf of the parks director. That doesn't mean we can't consider it, but I mean, sort of.
Is it kind of just a question, is it kind of strategic direction of the budget as a whole, since we have so many budget concerns with the parks budget? Or is it just about what kind of staffing we need?
I think it's a question on staffing and what activities. Yeah, go for it. It's a conversation.
It was my understanding, Aurora mentioned, and you mentioned, Jessica, what is the focus of the parks department?
Right.
The
And
park
they-
staff,
Okay.
or the
all right.
department?
The
I don't know.
staff, the department, I mean, the
Okay.
staff is the department.
Yep.
But, okay, what's the focus of the parks staff?
Okay,
That includes the director. And so it's my understanding that I think it's not necessary because the focus of the parks department is the parks and the preserves. So I think, are you getting down to details about what they do every day? I don't what do you expect to get out of this meeting where we determine the focus of the parks department? I guess is my question to you.
I'm not calling the meeting, so.
I
that's
can
fine.
share-
Meeting based on what you asked.
Yeah,
You asked and you said
Oh.
we need to determine, the board needs to understand and possibly even determine the focus of the
The-
parks department.
Right,
This has come up before, David, that, it was stated that even by Judy Monk, that even Murphy asked for direction.
yeah, that was my understanding.
yeah.
Should it be programmed? Should it be maintenance?
So is this kind of like visioning?
Right.
So.
Right, yes, yes,
Christy and Ryan.
Brief statement to Christy, Aurora, and myself during an internal meeting this past week was, what does the Board of Trustees want to see as more of the strategic vision or direction? Do we want to focus on, this is specifically from my notes, community engagement, volunteer initiatives, or educational programming?
Okay.
What is the priority for the township?
Good question.
That was the guiding question that I received and what I wanted to answer for.
Mhm.
Okay, that's good.
I'd like to make a motion to call for a special meeting for the two topics. Dickinson right, legal opinion and strategic direction for parks.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Oppose, none, motion passes.
And
I will email for dates unless, you know.
Thank you, and let's all try
I
to.
don't wanna try to do it right now.
It's up to you.
Well,
This
I know,
please,
no.
something else.
I will say though, it does, I just wanna know, there was a request to have this meeting next week.
So that's gonna be rough. Because Thursday and Friday are art fair, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have out of town guests, no, I do, I have guests coming. And, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's gonna be very tight to do that for me. I could do it on Tuesday, I can do it on Tuesday evening, but that's about it.
So Tuesday works for you.
Yes, it.
Sounds great to
Tuesday
me.
the
Anybody, can everybody else do Tuesday
yes,
afternoon?
After,
After 3?
yeah.
Who said that? You, Kathy?
Yes.
So 3:30?
Yes.
yes.
Do we wanna call it for July 15th at 3:30? That's,
Okay.
could we do 3 or is 3:30 necessary?
I might be late.
Okay, no, 3:30.
3.
3:30.
I envision for the record that we would do the closed session part of that first. Because I think there will be public interest in the second part of the meeting, and the first part of the meeting should be. I think it'll hopefully be relatively brief.
I'll get it posted.
Okay, great.
Oh, well, you have 2 weeks, no, 2 days.
So Friday or 3:30 on.
15th. That's Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay, we
Public
finished with that. It's time for public comment. And there's somebody that's very eager to say something. It's already been sitting at the.
No, you're.
All right, so this. Time for the board, for, no, that's not it. Oh, here it is. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the board of trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter.
So I've got some questions and I would appreciate some answers. Sorry for my voice. It's 12:30. And I haven't been talking like you guys have. So Jessica, a moment ago, you said something to John about that he has a personal interest in this because of a personal defense fund.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I heard.
So here's.
I said, I do recall saying like, John, if you have he was talking about buyer's remorse, if he has a personal interest, there is a legal defense fund.
You said personal defense fund.
I intended to say legal defense fund and I was referring to a legal defense fund.
Well, I can tell you that I contributed to the legal defense fund for Supervisor Carey.
Yes.
And I was reimbursed. So there is no legal defense fund.
Oh, yeah,
as
there
far
is
as
a legal
I'm aware.
defense fund.
As far as I'm aware, everyone on that legal defense fund has been reimbursed.
I was referring to the mechanism. I have no idea what's in the account.
Okay,
It's a thing.
okay. So another question for you, Jack. Was Supervisor Carey provided with an attorney in December of 2024 or 2023?
So I don't have knowledge of what attorneys she was provided. I can tell
Did
you.
the township provide an attorney for the supervisor in December of 2023?
Our township attorney is available to all of us. I don't know specifically. I don't know what else you're asking.
Okay, did the township provide an attorney for Supervisor Carey in this criminal case in December of 2023? Can I be getting more specific?
Well, there wasn't a criminal case in December.
There was a criminal investigation.
Which is, yeah, so there is nothing more. than what's here and what you've said, but this idea that there should have been some action taken, there, you know this, Rob, there wouldn't have been an additional attorney appointed to anybody if not by this board.
Precise.
So,
And why was that? Why wasn't an attorney provided for the attorney? The question is why?
I
Ask Kathleen.
I mean, I cannot, I'm not in charge of that. You would have to ask Jillian that question. The town, it was never brought to the township board's attention that there would be.
Everyone on the board knew that this
No.
criminal investigation was happening. Everybody in the community knew.
And
that
I'll
was
tell you what I also know. I also know that until there are charges, oftentimes there is not, and there is access to our township attorney for good counsel any day of the week. I mean, I'm not getting into what Mariah's conversations were with Jillian. I have no idea what they were. But I reject the notion that this township should what was formally, you know, should have done something, was asked something and didn't do something.
Well, that's what happened.
Well, I don't know.
Let me
what
ask
to-
you.
I don't know
ask
what
the
to say
question.
when
Let me ask the
we're
question.
talking about hearsay.
Response after public comments instead of this.
Yeah.
Please don't interrupt.
Instead of this interrogation of our program. Yeah.
No,
Let me ask the question.
I'll get back to our rules. Thank you.
Yeah, don't.
Good reminder, Pat.
Let me ask the question this way.
Sure.
In June of 2024, the charges were filed. Did the township provide an attorney when the charges were filed?
Give her a chance to respond during board response.
Yeah, and again, I don't know why I would know anything more than anybody else up here, but thank you for the credit.
Here's the point. Is that this board gave up any claim to who is paying whom, how much, when the board collectively or individually or whatever, the township refused to provide an attorney to the supervisor. And once you gave up that authority, you lose further input into how she spends the money that is protecting her life. So I'll move on. So please put the, Kathleen, would you please put the 08 handout into the agenda packet
I
for
will.
following? Thank you. I would submit that the township has indeed suffered a loss in all the energy lost dealing with this for the last year and a half. As we're demonstrating tonight, this township has suffered a loss that the insurance should pay for. The real crime in all of this is that Will Hathaway is making this township spend $250,000 for nothing, and he's gonna get away with it scot-free. I hope this township sues Will Hathaway to recover the fees lost in this case due to, in my opinion, false charges. And then during the ramen group, the 8% that Raman talked about isn't spread over all of the staff. There are some staff that are way overpaid and some staff that are way underpaid. The average is 8% up, but that's not even across all of the employees. And I thought the salary study was supposed to include our employees in this $25,000 report. I'm surprised that they didn't do that. It sounds like they think that's now going to be an additional work. Are we going to be expected to pay additional money to have them include our employees in that report? What do you think?
Okay,
I'll wait until you're done. I don't understand your point.
We paid $25,000 for a salary study. what we got was a generic salary study that did not have the employees' salaries included in that study from what they just said. And that seemed to be a surprise to them, as if it was going to be an additional workload for them to put that information into their generic report.
That's not my understanding of the report. The staff, all of our staff, non-unionized staff, unappointed staff were included.
Okay.
It may be more in the detailed document than in their presentation, but it's
Okay.
all.
And that was only put in today. I only skimmed it. It's 34 pages. I didn't find it in there. And then there were charts that Raman had. Would you please put those in the agenda packet too, that weren't in
They're all in there.
the 34 pages? Were they part of the 34 page or are they additional?
Everything we received tonight's in the packet.
Okay, I didn't see the charts in there at all. Okay, so you all know me well enough to know I am perfectly comfortable sharing what I observed during all the committee meetings I attend. You also know I am stubborn and independent, and no one tells me what to say. What I say and write to you is based on what I witness. I'm not the proponent for the supervisor. I'm the proponent for fairness. I demonstrated through many years supporting Jessica and Kathy while they were under attack, while you and Kathy were under attack. If another of you were under attack, I would be just as vocal. So, Jessica, do you remember all the years where I supported you strongly? In those past years, while you were under attack from Will Hathaway? And Kathy, do you remember all those years when I supported you?
We may have different memories of those years.
Interesting. Well, I remember supporting you enormously during those times. And that's why the devastation, the irony of the reversal in the last 6 months is devastating. And I'll leave it there. Thank you for the extra time. Thank you for interacting with me. I sincerely appreciate that.
Thank you, Rob.
Carolyn Nelson, Marsac Township. From the outside, from a resident point of view, it very much looks like buyer's remorse. You guys might deny that till the cows come home, but to all of us out here, that's what it looks like. So just letting you know, perception out there in the world. My second thing I want to say is to the two attorneys. If you were my attorney and I had agreed to pay you $300 an hour, and I just came to you, John, and I said, you know what, I think I'm only gonna pay $150 from now on. What does an attorney say? Oh, okay, I'll take it on the chin. You say, no, I don't want to represent you anymore. I mean, is that even feasible to say, oh, we're just gonna, oh, Michael, you know, we're just gonna pay you 500 now instead? Is that done?
Yes, because sometimes attorneys, when they work for municipalities, take less than they would otherwise take. Sometimes that happens. I'm not making any promises. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but you do approach, it's called a haircut. Like we take a haircut on this one because we can't, yeah.
Yeah, you guys certainly know that. I'm just telling you what it looks like on the outside. So.
Thank you.
Still Pat Stein, still a resident. Joanne, this couldn't have been fun to have all this discussed around you. We can blame Will Hathaway for all of this.
Thank you.
Jessica, I think what you had planned before the charges were filed was a great idea. But I don't think it's too late for, as a board, to release a statement of support of all the board members, or even make it a petition where we can all sign that the unfairness of this, the untruthfulness of this whole situation, and to clarify that we believe in Jillian's innocence. If nothing else, to let the public know that this board stands behind her innocence in this matter. You know, the media have their own little bits and pieces that aren't very flattering to the township. maybe because of misinformation, so, I'm not on the board, but I wouldn't mind a motion or a proposal where someone said, let's release this statement, because the public needs to know how we feel about what's going on. Will Hathaway did. He's a criminal. What he did was criminal. And I hope somehow, some way, this comes back on him and he pays for it. Prison sounds good to me for him, but I don't always get my way.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you all. Listen.
Okay, next up online, we have Pam Boyd, followed by Paula Globerson. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you. Well, an hour and a half discussion, your better support ideas. I agree with Riser. You're closing the barn door after the houses, the horses, can't read my writing, have run out. The time to fix the issue was for our government to have a healthy IT department and training program where this would never have happened in the first place. And my other comment is, by all your discussions, I hope that there hasn't been anything that you have said, inferred, or implied that could get the township sued for attempting to coerce, intimidate somebody who is in a court case right now, and that could damage her current court case. So I really am disappointed in how long the discussion was and some of the things that you said. I agree with Pat Stein that I think that this board should support, show support. But you guys, I'm truly disappointed in some of you. And yes, Kathy, the remembrance vary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay, Paula Globerson, go ahead, please.
Long night as usual, but I appreciate your discussions on many topics tonight. First off, I forgot a couple other departments that are we've gotten. We have HR now, we have a project manager, we have a parks manager, we have some people on the LPC chair. I want to, I keep forgetting always to, and I forgot her last name, but since I watch all the meetings and Dexter's and some of city council, Daryl on the LPC, she impresses me. And I had a little power outage, so I didn't get to see if Bob Groden was reappointed. I find him excellent on the, has a lot of integrity and knowledge, Bob Groden for the road committee. And I just want to tell you one experience that I had with an attorney is we had a discussion and I would say, please do not give me a phone call because you don't charge for emails, and made some agreement about how he would contact me, how succinct the information would be. Unless it was majorly important, I didn't want a lengthy, and I told him, I'm more concerned about the money my children get. Yet I've also been involved with some representation and suggestions of expert medical witnesses. And a lot of times the fees are agreed up front unless there's some extenuating circumstances, and they give me a outline of how we are going to do it.
Plus, usually I interview more than one attorney. You know, I've had the even unfortunate thing of guy go, hey, can you pay me early so I can go on my ski trip? And this is a big shot attorney. So it was like, well, what work are you going to do? Like a barter for a car. But anyway, I also want to say the trauma to the community, the trauma to Jillian, to the trauma to everyone. And I watch it all. I've supported having the criteria developed. This has never happened in our township. I feel it was a very political maneuver by Mr. Hathaway due to the timing. And when I saw things on next door and trying to, before any trial has gone on, some people wanting to say, and spread the word guilty, 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 which is really disgusting. But I don't think on a township level we've ever had to do that. And I still go back, whether it was sign stealers. One thing people should know about me, you don't have to agree with me. I like to hear other people's point of view. I may not ever agree, but these things need to be brought up and talked about. I've had somebody ask me, are we going to have to take out a bond for legal things? Or is the township going to be have to do bankruptcy or redo their, all kinds of information is floating out there. Look at the numbers of people that watch Judge Simpson, not just from our township, and then some that are from our township. This is a much bigger, the public is watching. And it is, like I've said to the DDA, with the millage capture, I believe always, and I'm very conservative with money, this is the people's money. So having some explanation this evening, there are many people, they've already made up their minds, they haven't made up their minds. And as I've said before, in malpractice cases, I've seen trotted out expert witnesses that really went and cross-examined aren't that experienced what they're saying they're an expert in. I have watched Mr. Parvis's first presentation by the prosecutor once what was happening and two other times with the captions on. And I thought that was very helpful for me to understand. I have always felt this was wrong. And I felt Homier was wrong, and it's costing the people. And I still support Jillian. I think I was one of the first people when we found that very vague ordinance that we needed to defend her. Hathaway blocked that. And that's his legacy, in my opinion. I personally find him rather distasteful and to consider himself a member of this community. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thanks, Paula.
And follow.
Anyone else? Excuse me.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn
I move we adjourn.
at
12:45.
12:45? Support, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? None? We're out of here.